guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities hope Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker may help in the search of the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie, who's been missing from her Tucson home since February 1st. Investigators say the device disconnected from its monitoring app, so they are working with the manufacturer to try and locate it. Ukrainian forces have reclaimed territory in the southeast.
U.S.-backed peace talks between Russia and Ukraine ended in Geneva without a breakthrough, but on the battlefield, Ukraine is gaining ground. Over 5 days, Ukraine forces retook roughly 78 square miles in the southeast, marking their fastest territorial advances in years. Analysts say the gains may be tied to disruptions in Russian communications and shifting battlefield dynamics. Military experts caution the progress does not signal a decisive turning point, but it could strengthen Kyiv's leverage in future negotiations. As diplomacy stalls, both sides appear to be using battlefield momentum to shape the next round of talks. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
Alyssa Liu is aiming for her second gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympics as she competes in tomorrow's women's single skating free final.
I'm really happy and I'm excited to do the free.
The 20-year-old sits third entering the final, while fellow Americans Isabella Vito and Amber Glenn remain in contention, currently 8th and 13th. A federal judge says Buffalo Wild Wings can keep calling a menu item boneless wings, even though they're pretty much just chicken nuggets.
The ruling Tuesday came after a customer's lawsuit claiming the restaurant chain was committing fraud by not serving him wings that had been deboned. The judge said that reasonable customers would not likely be fooled as to the nature of the so-called boneless wings. The court has given the plaintiff until next month to provide any additional info to show that Buffalo Wild Wings is committing a deceptive act. I'm Wendy Swanson.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, Not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
Problems in the air over Newark Liberty Airport this evening caused more problems on the ground and at gates.
Nobody hurt except for travel plans and flight connections at Newark Liberty after a JetBlue flight to West Palm Beach immediately reported engine trouble after taking off Wednesday evening. A Port Authority spokesperson says the pilot turned the plane around and landed back at Newark, but as a precaution, all takeoffs and landings were suspended for about an hour while emergency crews tended to the plane and got everyone off. NJ.com is reporting an FAA spokesperson says the crew reported smoke in the cockpit and passengers had to use the plane's emergency slides to exit. I'm Levon Putney.
Snow is hitting parts of the Colorado high country through tonight with up to a foot expected in some places.
Benjamin works at the Perk coffee shop in Winter Park and says it began Tuesday morning.
It's definitely coming down pretty good, so hopefully it stays up for the rest of the day here. But yeah, it's looking white out.
The National Weather Service issued a winter weather advisory from Fairplay north through Grand County and all the way into Wyoming. Meanwhile, high winds on the plains are increasing the fire risk across much of eastern Colorado. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Billionaire Les Wexner told Congress he was duped by Jeffrey Epstein, saying the financier betrayed his trust and misled him about his conduct and financial ties. Wexner testified under subpoena as part of the House oversight investigation into Epstein's network and the handling of his assets and relationships before Epstein's arrest and death. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
How about a quick check 1, 2, 3? And away we go. Are you ready for a new day? Ready or not, here it comes. Wrapping up Ash Wednesday. We'll work our way into a Thursday, or better yet, Friday Eve. As we turn the page on the calendar, day number 19 here in the month of February comes our way. Trust your week's going well. I'm Steve Sommers. Welcome aboard, indeed, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hey, we are seeing some stars outside the secret bunker tonight. Enjoying the warmer temperatures. And at the same time, anticipating a bit of a reality check by the time we get through the upcoming weekend. Now, we could be looking at the return of Old Man Winter. Winter's not over yet. So we'll begin with a look at our traveler's weather tonight. First things first. Still battling numerous wildfires in parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, the Texas Panhandle region. Some have been extinguished, others continue to burn. Winds have died down quite a bit compared to what we saw on Tuesday. Wednesday was not as nearly as violent as far as the rapid spreading of these blazes. We do still have red flag warnings in place for our Thursday, though. Beginning in eastern New Mexico, right across all of northern Texas, pretty much the entirety of Oklahoma, with the exception of that southeast corner. Then red flag warnings through northwest Arkansas, right into the heart of Missouri for the day ahead. Dry conditions, windy conditions. Looks like the winds are going to be more along the sustained 20 to 25 mile per hour, gust maybe to 30 or 35. Nothing like we saw with those 60 and 70 mile per hour gusts on Tuesday when those numerous wildfires were breaking out. I saw one report where one of those blazes was actually apparently sparked by a farmer working his field. I guess if you have rocks in the field, things that could, all it takes is a simple spark. Meanwhile, we do see winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings. The high country in California expected to be buried in maybe 10 feet of snow here in the coming days. They're getting walloped in the Sierra Nevada. Winter storm warnings into the higher elevations all the way into Southern California. The upcoming day, things are supposed to begin getting pretty active with the storm system that has moved into California. It's going to cross the Rockies and then begin to merge into the central portions of the country, bringing with it the threat for rain, rounds of severe thunderstorms across portions of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. The radar's pretty quiet tonight in that region. We see some of those heavier bands of snow falling there in north central Colorado, almost due north of Denver, from Cheyenne to Casper, Wyoming. There's a band of pretty enhanced snowfall in there coming down at a pretty good clip. A little bit of light snow falling in portions of North Dakota, sweeping down into southern portions of Minnesota. Most of that's on the lighter side there. You might find a sprinkle or two in parts of the southeast tonight, eastern Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, southern portions of West Virginia. But back to the potential stronger storms later today in many parts of the Ohio Valley. The last time there was severe weather that included a tornado risk was back in the past fall. AccuWeather forecasters tell us all modes of severe weather will be possible with the strongest storms, including high winds, hail, a few tornadoes, and torrential downpours that could cause some flash flooding. Now, for some locations in the Ohio Valley, this week may bring the first thunderstorm of the year. A weather setup back in early January produced a few dozen severe weather reports across the Mississippi Valley and western New York, but left parts of the Midwest without severe weather. Most of the severe weather from Thursday to Thursday night. It's going to extend along the Mississippi River in Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, into southern Ohio, eastern Kentucky, and parts of West Virginia. The strongest storms most likely in and around Louisville, Kentucky, up to near Indianapolis, Indiana. Some thunder and lightning likely to extend further northeast into parts of southern Michigan, northeast Ohio, and western Pennsylvania as we look toward Thursday night. Friday, rolling toward the weekend, there's going to be enough warm air, moisture, and lift in the atmosphere to support some thunderstorms in the southeast and mid-Atlantic states. Most of the storms by Friday should remain below severe limits. Meanwhile, it's the storm near the Washington coast in the Pacific Northwest that's going to be sweeping across the country to bring more accumulating snow, maybe in parts of the Northeast, later this weekend. It's kind of a complicated situation. It's not certain to bring snow to the big cities along the I-95 corridor, but the storm's going to be tracking southward across California here for Thursday, swinging across the Rockies Friday, and then the central states Saturday. Now, there is a number of puzzle pieces that have to come together at the right time for a major storm to unfold and bring heavy snow late this weekend to early next week. One significant problem we see right now, according to AccuWeather, out of the chute, is a lack of cold air around the time the storm's forecast to develop. Cold air, obviously, is extremely important for snow to survive that trip to the ground. Most precipitation begins as snow at high altitudes this time of year. If it's cold enough, the snowflakes can then reach the ground rather than melting beforehand. Another factor in this particular situation is the track of the storm. If the storm travels well inland of the coast, it's going to pull too much warm air into the I-95 zone for snow. It might even make it too warm for an all-out snowstorm from north and west of I-95 to the Appalachians. Now, due to the fact that this storm could tap into enough cold air and track just off the coast, it could bring a snow to the northeast. Another condition forecasters are pondering right now is whether there's going to be a narrow northward extension to that moisture as the storm nears the coast. This Norlum Trough, as it's called, could lead to a few dozen miles wide zone of heavy snow under certain conditions. That kind of a setup is pretty rare, but could develop somewhere from the central Appalachians and the upper mid-Atlantic to southern New England coastal areas from Sunday to Monday. Several days away, so obviously forecasters continue to track the storm, the key components here in the next few days, and they'll be refining the forecast for the primary form of precip. With every storm, there's a number of factors to consider, including how some conditions are going to change over time. But either way, we do know prior to the Sunday-Monday storm, there will be multiple rounds of rain, ice, and snow for parts of the upper Midwest into the Northeast this week. Quick look at our travelers' weather. Philly Dan checks in. What do you say? Top of the morning from the city of brotherly love. Scrapyard, waving all five. Drummer girl. Kind of unusual to join us this early, right? 42 degrees in Northeast Philly tonight. They've changed my work time. I now work 7 p.m. till 3 a.m., so she gets to join us out of the box here each night. Good to have you on board. Hello to Shorty, I-95, southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 64 degrees at this hour. Kicking off Orlando, turnaround number 2. On into the Northeast. Larry, good afternoon. 34 at Platkill, New York. It's round 3 to Schenectady. Coffee cups filled. No nap tonight. Got to keep on schedule. So it's time to ride. Hello to Peter, morning from a chilly Butte, Montana tonight. the guardian of chaos. Good morning, Steve, and all the night owls out there. 34 degrees, cloudy here in the Nutmeg State. Safe travels for everyone out there. Tank, where are we at tonight? Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Thursday. 53 degrees in Palm Springs, California. Got pretty nasty coming through Flagstaff earlier this past day. Yeah, that white stuff was coming down. Well, we're pointed back in that direction now, headed toward the home 20. Hopefully, we can get back through no problems. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day there. Bob in Michigan on board. Brian, good morning from Lore City, Ohio. There's the Country Bumpkin. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Check it in. God bless all the American truck drivers out there. Bill, what do you say? Morning, Steve. Everyone, 36. Feels like 32 here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. The super busy rush has finally slowed down. The plant's going to be closed for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday inventory time. Now, I still have to work for Thursday and Friday, 5 hours on both evenings. Kenny Wallace had a video on Facebook this past day talking about Natalie Decker. Had some good things to say about her and this past Saturday's Daytona race. And yes, the fire suit picture. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. There you go. Dave, good morning, Steve, the beach bum, I should say. It's a warm 63 degrees in Crystal River, Florida tonight. Heading up to Mummy Point, then back to Tampa. I'll be tuned in. Have a fantastic show. Jerry, what do you say? Morning, everybody. Jerry Spencer, Sarah Spencer here in Kokomo, Indiana. A big thank you all for rolling up and down the big road, making sure we have everything we need. Hotshot Secret, you're the best around. We thank you for putting the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on for us to enjoy. We hit 70 degrees today with sunshine. It was nice. Other than walking up to mud-covered vehicles, I saw some photos of that there. Gee, I was gonna mention that. They had a little bit of rain there in parts of Indiana. He's in Kokomo. I know Terre Haute saw a little bit of rain this past evening. People walking out, their cars were like covered in a grayish mud. That was ash that had risen in the atmosphere with those wildfires in Oklahoma and Texas. Yeah, riding the jet stream all the way over into Indiana, and the rain pulled that nasty stuff out of the sky. Vehicles were it was nasty. All right, stay safe out there. Tell them you love them every chance you get. A muddy rain, they called it. Hello to Biker Boy. Morning, Mr. Sommers. Looking forward to the show. Rolling north to San Antonio, Texas. It's super breezy out here. 68 degrees, though. And all those gear jammers, Godspeed. Watch your six. Couple of others. Who we got there? Carl Douglas. Good evening, good morning, whatever the case might be, from Denver, Colorado. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Thirsty Thursday, Friday Eve, we'll call it. Had a drop and hook at one of our indie stores. We're about ready to head inside, see what they want me to do next. We've got a beautiful night so far. Clear skies, 47 degrees in Tip City, Ohio. Everybody be safe. Double trucker, mild, 50 degrees in Lodi. I've been running in some fog, some rain, even a little bit of lightning so far. Got canceled last night, but we're rolling today. I'll tune in later on the way back to Western New York via the home of free speech. Rumble. Kevin is in the house. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. John Rigsby, Mr. Steve, and all the overnight family had a very nice day. 71 degrees. Rain rolls in Thursday afternoon. Everybody truck safe out there. Right now, cloudy, 55 degrees in Indianapolis at this hour. Gilligan checks in. Morning, Steve. Light showers, Dublin, Virginia, but we're a warm 55 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. Great to have y'all on board as we roll into a Thursday. Lots to cover. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Hey, shout out to Peter checking in there from Montana. He says, we still have all the cold air you want. I'm not complaining. We've had our fair share of cold air. At least for a few days here, we're giving the heat pump a little bit of a break. Get a breather. Knock down that electric consumption. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy on board the midnight hour. Let's get the party started. It's the eve of Friday. 51 Harrison, Ohio right now. Had a high about 65 today. I think it was. Just a big tease, right, for spring. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Crank up the volume. Throw the dice and let it ride. Watch your 6. Bruce checking in. Bruce says, first time, long time. I used to listen to your father, the truckin' bozo, every night from way back in the day. Good to hear you. I have now retired. All right, appreciate you checking in, Bruce. Good to have you on board. Santa Claus, top of the morning, 44 here in Elk Grove, California. Raining. Donner Summit again closed westbound. And chains are required from Colfax into Reno, Nevada. All right, Santa Claus out. By the way, I sent you a detailed Caltrans road report there, Steve, via your email. All right, appreciate that. Donner's been shut down most of the week here. Buckeye Boy checks in from Mentor, Ohio tonight. It's a whole lot north of the home 20 there. 33 degrees, foggy. Made a delivery in Columbus earlier this past day. Made my way back up here to pick up around 10 a.m. Then we'll head back to Columbus after a delivery nearby. All right, been having to get up pretty early. So my bedtime's been rolling around earlier than usual. Terrible about that group that lost their lives in that avalanche there in Truckee. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. We had shared the story last evening. Avalanche, there were 6 individuals that were kind of trapped. They were hunkered down, waiting for rescue. There were supposedly 10 others in the group that were unaccounted for. And, of course, not the news they were hoping for. Turned out it was actually 9 rather than 10 others that were missing. 8 of them have been found deceased. There's still 1 unaccounted for there in that horrific avalanche, as he said there in Truckee, out in the high country, as they call it. Prayers for the families there. What's supposed to be a fun time, it was actually a 3-day adventure. Yeah, out there in the high country. And they were winding things down, headed back where they all started. And, well, avalanche this time of year. 844-844-3388. All right, coming up, we'll get a news break. Phone lines are open. Industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. Since late last year, we've had numerous issues with fuel supply chain in numerous areas, the Northeast and the Midwest. Substantial disruptions. Still having problems. We'll give you the update there just ahead. But first, news on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance in southern Arizona, hoping her pacemaker may provide clues. The device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she went missing, so a signal sniffer is being used to locate it. The combined reward for information now stands at $200,000. The U.S. women's ice hockey team faces Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
And to rely on their experience, rely on their preparedness, and we're ready for this moment.
Team USA, silver medalist in Beijing, dominated the round robin, outscoring opponents 33-1. They're going to aim to avenge earlier losses and add another Olympic gold to the record. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much as we roll into a brand new day. Time zone to time zone. Thursday. All right. Here's the official Caltrans report for travelers out west. You know, all the high country snow, I-80 in particular, in the Northern California area, the Sierra Nevada. 80 is closed westbound to all tractor semi-trailer combinations at the Nevada state line due to the snow and traction concerns. For eastbound traffic, chains are required for all vehicles except four-wheel drive with snow tires on all four wheels from Colfax to the Nevada state line. They explain eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. Drivers must have maximum chains in their possession to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. Westbound traffic, chains required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive with snow tires on all four from the Nevada state line to Colfax. Now, they do say all westbound trucks are required to stop at the brake check area at the 0.5 mile marker west of Nyack to reduce the risk of brake fires. All right, thank you, Santa Claus. Official word from Caltrans. Meanwhile, Santa Claus said, you know, as we were just talking there, he said the big story in our local area is the 8 skiers that were found who unfortunately did not survive the avalanche. That's only about 40 miles as the crow flies from my home 20 here. They were part of a group of what was 15 on a 3-day backcountry excursion through the Sierra Nevada mountains there. We shared last evening where 6 other skiers who were on the trip were rescued, but the rest disappeared after that wall of snow came crashing down the mountainside near Lake Tahoe on Tuesday, according to the Nevada County Sheriff Shannon Moon. The grim update makes this, they say, the most deadly avalanche in the U.S. Since 1981, when 11 mountain climbers were killed on Mount Rainier in Washington. This group of 15 consisted of 9 women, 6 men, One of the survivors was a guide. The others were all clients, according to the sheriff. The surviving skiers made contact with an emergency satellite messaging service immediately after the snow came down, but had to take shelter in a nearby wooded area under a tarp for about 12 hours before being rescued. Efforts were being made more difficult by the heavy winter snow coming down that's been battering the West Coast. Dozens of inches and in some cases feet of snow. Moon said they had plenty of resources to continue their search for that remaining skier, but being hindered by the heaps of snow with the risk of additional avalanches occurring. Pretty sad there. All right, Dan checks in from Amelia, Ohio. Good to have you with us, Dan. There's another Daniel. Good morning over by Belfield, North Dakota. Let's see, anybody coming to Fargo going west? The roads are pretty nasty from Steele, North Dakota area. I see drifting snow, stuff like that. I'd encourage you, if you don't have good tires and know what you're doing, I would just park it. Don't try it. You're not getting enough Tupperware torpedoes in the ditch. All over the place. All right, the Tupperware torpedoes. All right, slide-offs in the medium, in the ditch. Be careful. We've got 4 degrees. Wow, 4 degrees over here. A couple of other friends checking in quickly. Brian, good morning, and Steve and the overnight crew. At the home 20 tonight, fixing the brakes on the work truck. Jason, morning, traveling in Danville, Missouri, 53 degrees on Interstate 70. Rolling into the Bluegrass State with a load of alfalfa. Everybody have safe travels, all the listening family out there. There's Tony, just checked in. Hello, Stu, and the entire Hotshot Nation. A balmy 68 degrees in southern Illinois, along the banks of the Ohio River. The rainy weather comes our way tomorrow, but it sure felt nice today. All right, since late last year, we were mentioning the fuel supply chain in numerous northeastern and several midwestern states have been dealing with substantial disruptions. Refinery outages, severe winter weather factored heavily into the ongoing issues. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration provided regulatory relief for the affected areas initially, all the way back on December 12th. Then in January, they extended that order and has done so again as of this past Saturday. Fuel haulers are now granted relief from the maximum driving time through February the 28th in 21 states under the FMCSA's 2 regional orders. That relief applies to the transportation of heating fuel, including propane, natural gas, and heating oil. Origin of the trip does not matter as long as the carrier or driver provides direct assistance to the affected areas. Direct assistance terminates when a driver or commercial vehicle is used in interstate commerce to transport cargo or services not in support of that regulatory relief. According to the declaration, the state of Maine has also enacted an emergency declaration that's effective through the 28th. This energy emergency issued because of increased heating demand, which has created delivery backlogs for fuel crews statewide. Additionally, rail deliveries of propane have been disrupted by cold weather. The Maine emergency allows heating fuel delivery crews to operate outside of the standard hours of service limitations. Now, they do say drivers in the state must carry a copy of the order as proof of their direct emergency service. Now, the FMCSA has published a notice of proposed rulemaking back on January 9th to extend the length of these emergency relief that automatically triggers a declaration from 14 days back to where it used to be. They used to have a 30-day automatic. They could make the declaration. Yeah, we said at the time when they cut it to 14, they're just going to have to keep reissuing a new emergency, which that's where we stand now. So again, they want to take that back to be able to declare a 30-day automatically. The proposal followed petitions for reconsiderations after limiting automatic relief to 14 days. In our experience, they say, the current 30-day period provides sufficient time to deliver emergency assistance without negatively impacting safety. Unclear on exactly why the FMCSA is proposing these regulatory changes at this time, but the comment period is still open. Comments on that rule change can be accepted through March the 10th. So several weeks left there. Truck driving schools making actual national headlines. Actually had a blurb on the USA Radio News there about truck driving schools. The official report, more than 550 commercial driving schools all over the country that train truckers and bus drivers are going to be shuttered, going to close, after investigators found they're employing unqualified instructors, failed to adequately test students, and had other safety issues. That announcement from the Transportation Department this past day, for those who've been saying, how did all these drivers get out here, these unqualified, it's been a period of time, years in the making. But this marks the department's latest effort to improve safety in the trucking industry. Unlike their previous actions this past fall to decertify up to 7,500 schools that included many defunct operations, this latest step is focused on what is deemed active schools with significant shortcomings that inspectors have identified in some 1,426 various site visits. We've been aggressively going after states that handed out commercial driver's licenses to immigrants who shouldn't have qualified for them ever since that fatal crash back in August, they say. Now, a truck driver whom Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says was not authorized to be in the U.S., that was what got this started, that made the illegal U-turn in the state of Florida that killed 3. Other fatal crashes since then, including one in Indiana just earlier this month that killed 4, have only added to the concerns. Duffy said 448 schools failed to meet the basic safety standards. Inspectors found shortcomings such as employing unqualified instructors, failing to test students' skills or teach them how to handle hazardous materials, using the wrong equipment to teach drivers. Another 109 schools actually removed themselves from the registry of schools when they learned inspectors were planning to visit them. They knew they would fail. Duffy said American families should have confidence that our school bus and truck drivers are following every letter of the law, and that starts with receiving proper training before getting behind the wheel. Now, the school's officials want to decertify now are generally smaller ones, including a number of programs run by school districts, he says. 5 of the bigger, more reputable schools represented by the National Commercial Vehicle Training Association were audited. Those all passed. Now, the chair of the National Trucking Schools Group said established schools welcomed the new enforcement to eliminate bad schools that aren't meeting the standards. He said these audits mark the first time regulators have enforced the standards for driving schools that were first passed back in 2022. There's no reason to believe they're not going to keep on moving on it. That's good news. You know, the good players have no problem with what's taking place here. Absolutely none. Now, Burkhart is also Senior Director of Operations at Ancora, which provides CDL training at colleges, community colleges, and some companies. There's an additional 97 schools that are under investigation for compliance issues. Part of the problem in the trucking industry is schools and these trucking companies can essentially self-certify themselves when they apply to begin operating. Questionable operations might not be caught up until much later when the FMCSA gets a chance to actually maybe audit them. Now, it's not clear how many students were enrolled at these schools that are being decertified or how many graduated now that would have questionable qualifications. Transportation Department spokeswoman said officials may follow up on those graduates at a later point, maybe bringing, could be hundreds or thousands, bringing them back in for retesting, possibly, recalling their certifications. Now, Burkhardt said hopefully most of the unqualified drivers were weeded out before they got on the highway by the skills tests the states administer before they hand out their commercial license. But there is some cushion in the industry because more drivers are needed amid a 10% drop in shipments since 2022. Many trucking companies, they say, see, this is the narrative, struggle to find enough qualified drivers that have clean records. Now, in addition to threatening to withhold federal funding from states that do not clean up their commercial drivers programs, the Trump administration has been focused on making sure drivers meet the English proficiency standards. At the moment, California is the only state to have actually lost funding with the federal government, planning to withhold $160 million. At the same time, this past day, Illinois becomes the latest to get word. I believe the number is $148 million. Yeah, they're not doing their due diligence to clean up the non-domiciled CDLs in that state. That's one of the other industry headlines. Hey, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Ready for a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Daniel, I think you're spot on there. He says, Steve, all these emergency waivers, it's getting to be a bunch of BS. I mean, you see, they're offering a waiver on the hours of service to these. They're hauling flammable goods. So obviously, it's not really about safety in the hours of service, because when they need us, when they need our help, they waive the hours. Go ahead. Get where you gotta go. Never mind the hours. But if I want to go to my kid's basketball game, oh no, you're too tired. I know, it's only 15 miles away. You can't do that safely. And this is the part, when they issue that waiver for hazmat, flammable loads, they know we can deliver it responsibly, safely, efficiently, if they just get the heck out of our way. All right, good morning. Who we got? Cripshot in the house. Morning, all. Cripshot checking in. Sounded good, Steve. Hello to Marianne, all the truckers out there. I love listening to the program here at night. Let them roll, boys and girls. Thank you, Cripshot. I mentioned the state of Illinois. Here you go. The latest from, I believe, Landline this past day. The FMCSA expanding the nationwide crackdown on state-issued commercial driver's licenses. Illinois, the latest state, being warned of possible decertification. In other words, possibly shutting down the ability to issue a CDL in the state. In a letter sent Tuesday to Governor J.B. Pritzker, the Department of Transportation issued a preliminary determination of non-compliance, revealing that an audit found systemic failures on how the state issues non-domiciled CDLs. Now, those licenses granted to drivers who are not U.S. citizens or permanent residents. The latest action follows nearly identical warnings sent to North Carolina in January, and then California and Pennsylvania late last year. All this part of the broader push under the executive order issued by the president last year that directed the FMCSA to audit state licensing agencies for unusual patterns or irregularities in non-domiciled licensing. In the case of Illinois, the DOT said they found significant violations in nearly 20% of the 150 driver records they sampled, a relatively small sample. Specifically, regulators discovered Illinois had issued CDLs to foreign nationals that remained valid long after their legal presence in the U.S. The state also failed to show they had verified the lawful presence of many applicants, relying on expired documents or insufficient paperwork, they said. Secretary Duffy says, I need our state partners to understand. They work for the American people, not illegal immigrants who broke the law entering our country and continue to break it by operating massive big rigs without the proper qualifications. The federal government has ordered Illinois to immediately pause the issuance of all new or renewed non-domiciled CDLs and commercial learner's permits. Illinois must also conduct an internal audit and begin the process of voiding or rescinding all non-compliant licenses. If the state fails to correct these deficiencies, the FMCSA could withhold 4% of their federal aid highway funds in 2027, which is roughly $64.3 million, doubling to 8%, or $128.6 million for subsequent years of noncompliance, according to the warning from the DOT. Now, more damaging would be a potential full decertification of the state's CDL program that would prevent Illinois from issuing any CDLs to their residents. The Secretary of State responded, stating that their CDL practices are substantially compliant with applicable FMCSA requirements. They plan to conduct a review of the FMCSA's findings. With that news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Industrial Injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, engine solutions, from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities in Arizona hope Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker could provide clues to her disappearance. The 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie has been missing from her Tucson home since February 1st. Investigators say the device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she disappeared, so they're working now with the manufacturer while using a signal sniffer to try to locate it. The Trump administration is joining a federal civil rights lawsuit filed by a conservative group against the Los Angeles Unified School District.
The 1776 group accuses the district of using race-based classifications to distribute benefits to campuses labeled as PHBAO. It stands for predominantly Hispanic, Black, Asian, and other non-Anglo. The suit claims fewer than 100 schools lack that designation, and students at those campuses, including white and Middle Eastern students, are denied equal access to resources and opportunities. The complaint alleges federal violations, including the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and California's Prop 209, which bans racial preferences in public education. They want the court to grant a permanent injunction to stop the district's alleged race-based programming. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, director of the National Institutes of Health, will also serve as the acting director of the CDC after the previous acting chief stepped aside. The White House says he'll lead the CDC temporarily while officials search for a new permanent director. American speed skater Jordan Stolz goes for more gold tomorrow in the men's 1500 meter at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
National anthem when you're at the World Championships, but something about being at the Olympics and hearing it.
The 21-year-old from Wisconsin also won the 500 and 1,000 meter events, setting Olympic records in both. He competes alongside U.S. teammates Emery Lehman and Casey Dawson. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service?
StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Illinois is facing a potential loss of federal highway funds over concerns that some CDLs were improperly issued.
Illinois could lose $128 million in federal highway funding after U.S. transportation officials flagged concerns about improperly issued commercial driver's licenses. Federal authorities are demanding corrections within 30 days, while state leaders say they believe they're largely compliant and are conducting their own review. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
The search continues for 9 skiers missing after an avalanche near Truckee, California, in the Sierra Nevada.
6 were found but remained helpless for hours as rescuers worked to reach them. The avalanche was reported Tuesday morning, stranding a group of 4 mountain guides and 11 other skiers. Captain Rusty Green with the Nevada County, California Sheriff's Office says
they're doing their best they can. They have taken refuge in an area. They have made up makeshift, shelter with a tarp and doing everything they can to survive and wait for rescue.
Authorities initially said there were 16 people in the group, but later revised the number to 15. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Whoopi Goldberg says her name appears in the recently released Jeffrey Epstein files because of a 2013 email about seeking a private plane to Monaco for a charity event, not due to any friendship or involvement with Epstein. The View co-host stresses she was never his friend or companion.
I'm telling you, when I tell you people are trying to turn me into... I wasn't his girlfriend. I wasn't his friend.
You were too old for him.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, yes indeed. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Kicking off a brand new day from coast to coast as we roll into a Thursday. How about Friday Eve, 19th day of February? Good to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. It's been a very active week weather-wise. And we'll continue with more of the same Thursday, Friday through the upcoming weekend. Storms will continue to ride along the boundary between the warm, versus the cold. There's a bit of good news with this storm. It's going to lose considerable moisture, meaning less snowfall for that region. Snowfall amounts are expected to decrease from southern Ontario through upstate New York into New England as the snow extends southeastward. Still could see enough to shovel in some areas, though. Along the southeastern edge of the snow zone, patches of freezing rain and sleet will form. Where freezing rain replaces sleet, ice might accumulate on some trees and power lines, could raise the risk for some power outages. Now, there's another storm in the series that's going to move into the north central states later today. Within the warm zone of that storm, thunderstorms are forecast to form, becoming severe, progressing eastward over portions of the Ohio Valley. They highlighted this area I mentioned earlier this week. The Storm Prediction Center had highlighted an area for today, 4 days in advance, which is really, it's pretty unprecedented that far out. On the northwestern part of this storm, there will be an area of heavier snow developing over parts of Wyoming and Nebraska Thursday, extending to northwest Iowa and southeastern Minnesota later on Thursday night. For Friday, the bulk of the snow from this storm falling across northwestern Wisconsin, northern Michigan, and central Ontario. 6 to 12 inches forecast to accumulate. Those in the heavier bands could see nearly 2 feet of snow. As this storm extends eastward Friday to Saturday, they are looking at an area of accumulating snow to develop across parts of upstate New York and New England. 3 to 6 forecast to fall from northeast New York, much of Vermont, New Hampshire, northern Massachusetts, and southwestern Maine. Meanwhile, from Saturday night to Sunday, forecasters are going to be monitoring the track and the strength of another storm that has the potential to bring heavy snow. It could be a mix of snow and rain, or it could be very little rain and snow in the Northeast. In other words, it could be a blockbuster. It could be a nothing burger. We just don't know at this point in time. That's still several days out. I was looking at the update for, we're talking about parts of the Ohio Valley from the update from the Southwest Ohio Regional Weather Center, which just a couple hours ago said, as far as the severe weather setup here for Thursday, the latest model guidance continues to show a clear upward trend toward a more aggressive severe weather setup for Thursday in the region. Recent runs suggest stronger upper-level winds and greater instability compared to some of the earlier guidance, which increases concern for more organized thunderstorms. Due to these trends, tornado potential is increasing, and there's a chance that a stronger tornado could occur if storms are able to take full advantage of this environment. Now, at this point in time, the highest concern for tornadoes is focused on the Cincinnati area, including Dayton, Ohio. This does not mean other areas cannot see severe weather, but current model trends suggest this corridor has the most favorable combination of ingredients for more significant storms. This follows the Ohio River down through Indiana and Kentucky along the Ohio River. Now, they say, I want to be very clear. This is not hype. It's not meant to scare anyone. This update is based strictly on model trends and raw data analysis for Thursday. I'm simply sharing what the guidance is showing as it trends in a more concerning direction, again, compared to earlier runs. This does not mean everyone will see severe weather, but it does, however, mean the overall risk level is increasing. People need to stay weather aware Thursday afternoon and evening. Please make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts, especially if you have evening plans or going to be sleeping later at night. If warnings are issued, they may come with limited lead time once the storms begin to intensify, timing-wise, based on how the system is expected to evolve and how the environment is shaping up, the best estimate for storm activity begins somewhere between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, potentially continuing through around 11 p.m. Now, these times may shift a bit as newer data comes in. Use these times just as reference. Overall, the model trend for Thursday continues again to point toward a more concerning setup, especially for the Cincinnati to Dayton corridor. This day deserves close monitoring. They then shared some of the images from the latest model runs showing what the radar could potentially look like. So just be aware, be weather aware. And that's right in the time frame where, I'll be snoozing. Am I going to get woke up by the tornado sirens? Could happen.
Could happen.
Could happen. Morning, Grump.
Morning, Steve. How you doing? You know, it's no big surprise that that they're having a push right now on these schools and all the rest of this craziness. But would it surprise you if I told you that in the 4 years of Joe Biden terrorized the country with all his illegals, that the trucking industry grew by over 600,000 new truck drivers?
Wow.
Thanks to COVID. Yeah, everything was COVID. You know, we got a national emergency. Let's add numbers here. Let's quadruple the pay and add numbers. You know, the government backed up so much of the pay that we were getting. I mean, we jumped up from $534 million up to over $900 billion. Well, $534 billion, excuse me, but to over $900 billion. And that piece of the pie right there, I think it was about 80.8% of that went into trucking companies' pockets. Now, of course, the rest of it went for logistics and, brokerages and all the rest of the craziness that goes along with this industry. But yeah, how in the hell do you jump up over 600,000 people and not know where they're coming from? It's the schools. Number one, they're a joke. I mean, this is the only place that you can go to school at here in this country for 2 weeks. Have a week of academics, a week of driving, and then next thing you know, 2 weeks from then, some trucking company's going to suck you up to be a driver and possibly a trainer. I mean, you might be the most well-educated person out there. Hell, they don't know. It just blows my mind. It really does. That we have this kind of a network of idiots that has ran this industry, and it's no damn wonder that at any given day there's over 300,000 loads on a load board, because they can get it moved for next to nothing with a lot of these hack companies that grew so much. And it's when you look at the national stats here for that come out of the transportation industry, it jumped up to 98.7% of the trucking companies are 100 trucks or less. When you get down to about 96% of that, it's less than 10 trucks. Now that's where it grew the most, and that is where people was running to these hacks that were getting a rush through on their DOT numbers, getting insurance by anybody and everybody that could throw it up there, because they knew they were making. Put anybody behind the wheel that can make us a few bucks, and look how many were and everything. How the accident rates went up by 22% during that time, and it's the single truck accidents, because the idiots that they chose to put behind the wheel, and now they're trying to get a handle on it. But where it grows the most is in the blue states, and that. I don't get it for the life of me. I mean, this is supposed to be a commercial driver's license, a CDL, part of interstate commerce. Why is it that you can still go to the contractors that are dishing out license to car, to individuals to drive a car, and get your CDL there. I know in Missouri we have to go to state police.
And I do believe Grump lost his cell.
And
you're back. Okay, you disappeared for a second there.
I'm just up and down these little rolling hills out here, and they kind of messing with us. But yeah, we have to go to state police and then take the test, and then turn around and go to these contractors that at the DMV that actually gives you your license. Now, it would make sense to me that you got everything done at the state police office. I mean, everything. You had everything. All they'd do would be at the DMV would be print your license. That would make more sense to me than anything, because there just is no oversight whatsoever on how these individuals pass the test or anything else. When they started letting trucking companies say, all right, we're going to let you issue the test to these, the practical test and the written test exams, and you take that into the DMV and get your license. And that's asinine. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous to allow that kind of latitude to these damn trucking schools to say, okay, you trained them, let them take the test there.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. Damn well they ain't going to be sitting there going, well, you failed. It wasn't because you was stupid. It's probably because I sat on my ass and didn't say anything, didn't really teach the course. And that's the way it is. It just, I don't know. It just, they have to completely revamp this whole system for commercial driver's license, I mean, let's extend it to the SAVE Act, that kind of thing, You gotta have, let's have a voter ID, and let's have anything that has to do with commercial vehicle driver's license. You got to go right to the state DOT or to the state police in your state, and that's where it's issued at. You take the test there. You do everything there. It would seem to me like that would be a lot better, to do it like that. And something else that's missing from commercial driver's license is the fact that they don't do a damn background investigation on you. A company may do a little bit of one, to find out, if you can back up your driving, references and things like that. But nobody does a damn thing on it. They didn't go in there and say, well, you got a birth certificate or anything like that. Missouri makes you, show your birth certificate or, your green card, something if you're a legal resident here and you're going to drive. I think I'm losing you again, am I? Can you hear me, Steve?
We got you for the moment, but let me pause real quick here. Let me get a quick timeout, and we'll come back in two, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
There we go. Pick it up where we left off there. Let me see. Get back to the grump. Welcome back.
Yeah. You know, there is absolutely no background investigation whatsoever for driving a truck. I mean, it's unless you're doing hazmat or something like that, where you go down and get fingerprinted, and they'll run the fingerprints through, and then, you know, all they do then is tell you, you know, here you had your fingerprints taken, stuff like that. They're on file now. Go down and get your hazmat or whatever it is. You know, for me, I think there should be a waiting period. I think after you get out of school, if you have no you know, if you're on a green card or whatever, no, absolutely not. You know, I mean, it's just the way it is. It's just, I mean, I'm nothing against green card workers and people like that. I know they bring some people in for, you know, and if you're a permanent resident or whatever, and you own a business here in the United States, maybe that's different, you know, but people just that has solicited to come here to drive a truck, no. There's no background investigation whatsoever that I know of that they do to where, you know, when they're going to get issued a driver's license, then they should be a federal license, not a state license. You know, my license or anyone else's license should have up there federal motor carrier on it. It should be, you know, a graduated license, maybe. I don't know. Mm-hmm. You know, something where, you know, when you've got a little more experience out here and things like that, then you can, you know, get out on your own. But this garbage of you know, some of these companies like what we've seen coming out of Fresno, California, and places like that, where you have all these Sikh and other, you know, anywhere from Bosnians or whatever that's just handed a damn CDL. Look at New York when they didn't even put a name on the damn driver's license.
Right.
You know that it's you know, what the hell do they expect? You know, this industry's so ripe for fraud. It's just unbelievable. You know, not just on the driver's license side of it, but look at the chameleon carriers that we talked about last night. You know, the brokers, you know, the chameleon brokers that you know, set up and you know, hell, and under their wife's name, get a divorce from her, got it under somebody else's name. It's just so right for everything that's wrong with this industry. I mean, it's changed over the years so much. You know, I mean, used to, you know, back before deregulation, I think a lot of the emphasis was on the carriers themselves. Now, you know, now it's just anybody that can throw a shingle up and you know, get a DOT number and you know, get some insurance and cargo insurance and stuff like that. Well, hell, they're in business. And it you know, it just I don't know, man. I tell you, this industry is it just went to hell in a handbasket, and it's not the drivers that has allowed it to happen. It's government, Steve. It's, you know, everything that evolves around a lot of these damn regulations and the stupidity that government has. You know, they thought this damn e-log that I'm sitting here staring at, it's got the clock ticking away. You know, well, it's easier to teach somebody to push, you know, click a little button there than it is to fill out a graph log. No, it's not. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this thing here is a waste of damn money. You know, a graph log. I mean, if you get caught cheating, then your ass is out of business. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, you know, my last DOT inspection last month up in Iowa, I sat there and talked to the guy for probably an hour. You know, we just sitting there shooting the breeze back and forth and did a little, you know, chat about it. I said, how many people rolls across these scales with e-logs that are not working? He said, probably 60 to 65%. I said, really? He said, yep. He said, you know, you issue them a citation or whatever, a fix-it ticket where they got to get it fixed. You know, you don't know when the hell it went down. You know, you got 8 days or 7 days or whatever to get it fixed or, you know, get another one in your truck. They don't give a damn. They don't care. These immigrants that are here that are driving like that, Steve, they don't care. They got that CDL by default. They're going to make as much damn money as they possibly can until they get caught and shut down or kill somebody. And then they're going to leave the country or get or jump over to another one of these crappy trucking companies, you know, with another CDL under another damn name because there is no way to vet them, and be right back in business. So, it has to happen. I mean, it's just the way it is. The fingerprinting, it would be easier if every driver that's sitting behind a steering wheel today got fingerprinted and had a background investigation if you were not born here, period. I mean, if you were coming into this country illegally or whatever, hell, we'd know it. I mean, you want to apply for a CDL, go down to state police and get your background investigation and get your fingerprints and all this other stuff. I guarantee you they would not do it. They may get behind the wheel of a truck without a driver's license, and we see that now. You see that quite regular, out in California and stuff, them poor people, they need to work. Them poor people need to take their ass back to where they come from and make their country better before they come here trying to screw up ours. It's not the American truck driver's fault that they live in a crappy place, number one, starving or whatever. That's because of the people that runs their damn country. If there's no jobs or whatever, then hell, do it legal. Apply to come here legally.
Legally. Yeah, we got to pause there, Grump. I apologize as we hit the bottom of the hour. News break. 844-844-3388. The number to dial up the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance in southern Arizona, hoping her pacemaker may provide clues. The device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she went missing, so a signal sniffer is being used to locate it. The combined reward for information now stands at $200,000. The U.S. women's ice hockey team faces Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
And to rely on their experience, rely on their preparedness, and we're ready for this moment.
Team USA silver medalists in Beijing dominated the round robin, outscoring opponents 33-1. They're going to aim to avenge earlier losses and add another Olympic gold to the record. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, back at it here. Hey, we're headed down the backside of the work week. Thursday comes our way. Weekend begins knocking on the door. All right, we'll get back, finish up with Grump. We left off there, kind of talking. He was saying, go back and make your country better rather than coming over here and I guess bringing the wages down. That's the biggest impact. They're coming over being taken advantage of by these carriers because they'll run for pennies on the dollar. They think they're getting rich compared to what they make in their country. But the American drivers, you and everybody else out there, are kind of paying the price with lower wages, right?
Well, lowered wage. They're cutting the rates down to nothing. Plus, they're driving insurance costs through the roof, with their accidents because they bring their crappy driving habits with them. The thing is, Steve, when you look at some of these companies like that is doing this, they're small companies, they're small organizations. If I used to go around in the truck stop, I'd see these, somebody come in with a turban on or somebody couldn't speak English. I'd write down the DOT number and look up and see exactly how long they'd been in this or how long that trucking company that they're with had been in this country. And you'd be surprised at how many trucking companies that shows no longer in business. It would show them that their DOT numbers were inactive, but yet they're driving a damn truck. That's the people right there that scares the hell out of me. Number one, they're giving them 30 cents a mile to get out here and drive the truck. And then at the end of the year, they give them a 1099, say, here, go pay your taxes. They don't do any vetting on these idiots. All they do is, if anything, they probably help them get a CDL. And these individuals, there's a network of these morons that flock to these places. They flock to these little trucking companies like that because they know damn well that they're going to, number one, they're going to get a job. And if they kill somebody out here on the damn highway, no big deal. They can get on a plane and fly back to wherever in the hell it is they come from before it ever goes to court. They don't have a passport or anything, so who in the hell is going to catch them? It'll be a deportation order. Yep, go back to your country. And then these little trucking companies like that, if the law goes after them, then they're going to just disband and pop up somewhere else under a different insurance name and things like that, And like I said, government has allowed that to happen. They've allowed this crap to fester over the years. And then all at once, now Sean Duffy's doing everything he can, right now to try to bring this stuff to a head. But this should have happened a long damn time ago. And it should happen by holding each and every one in damn state governments accountable that's issuing these freaking licenses to these people or turning a blind eye to it. That's what they ought to do is just start locking their asses up, for obstruction of justice different, for participating or being a willing participant in this fraud that's being created out here. But it just never happens, until now. It didn't happen under Trump's first administration. He had a Secretary of Transportation that really could give a damn less. All she cared about was shipping. That was what her family was in. She could just basically just turn, like I said, just turn a blind eye to everything. Just, okay, hey, we got to keep this economy moving. It's interstate commerce. We can't let the people wait. Well, what's worse? Somebody waiting at the damn store to get a loaf of bread, or somebody getting killed along the way?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we've come up against. The DOT said, well, there's 13.9 million big trucks out here on the highway. They make up 5% of the total vehicles out here on the highway. Okay. How many of them are legal? How many of that 13.9 million big trucks that they claim is out here on the highway, large vehicles, and it could be anything from a straight truck on up to what I'm, herding around right now. How many of them people are legal or illegal? I would be willing to bet that it's well over 1 million that are illegal, because they've just allowed it to fester. Let's just say it in the name of interstate commerce. We got to keep the economy moving. If it's booming really good, there ain't no damn president going to step up and go, look, we got to get 1 million guys off the road. No, because it might ruin the damn economy, or what, or their way of thinking about it. But, who suffers the most? The good old American truck driver. It's no longer a damn job that Americans won't do. We've always done this job. It used to be you take your keys and you hand it down to Junior so he can hop up in the truck and make his damn fortune. That's the way it used to be. But now it's not a job that Americans won't do. It's a damn job that Americans can't do, because they've had so many foreigners come in here and take over, and we've been over-regulated because of them sorry bastards. So that's just my view of it. But I don't know. I think if you looked it up, you'd see I'm pretty much right on the money on it. So that's about all I got for tonight.
Grump, hey, thanks for checking in. As always, great to hear from you. Yeah, that is the problem. It's not a job Americans don't want to do. It's a job that, you can't afford to do. Well, for the number of hours that you have to, give, it's not a typical 9 to 5, 40-hour work week. You work many more hours. By the time you add up the hours worked, you might as well be working. I mean, some of these fast food joints are paying up to $18 an hour, depending on where you are. 844-844-3388. All right, the convenience store, the Sheetz chain store, got a new store in Conover, North Carolina, and it's plenty of trucker-friendly amenities. Today is actually the day. Thursday, we'll open the new store in Conover, North Carolina, accessible from I-40 at exit 133, they tell us. This store is going to offer 7 high-flow diesel fuel lanes for truck drivers. They will also offer 46 truck parking spaces. According to the company representative, Sheetz continues to redefine the convenience experience in Conover, bringing truck drivers and other travelers a flavor-packed, restaurant-quality dining experience, drive-thrus, indoor and outdoor seating, robust grocery offerings, spotless, touch-free restrooms, free Wi-Fi and air, and a menu of award-winning food, all under one roof, according to the official statement. Looks like this will be the 4th location in this particular county in North Carolina. Sheetz continues to grow, established in 1952, now operating over 800 locations. Michigan, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, and North Carolina. And quickly, Volvo. We got another recall to tell you about. Volvo Trucks North America recalling Nearly 1,000 trucks after discovering an issue related to the parking brake. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Volvo Trucks is recalling 800 model year 2024 to 2027 VNL trucks. Those trucks have a 6x4 axle configuration with electronic suspension and do not include auxiliary parking brakes. The recall acknowledgement notes if an affected Volvo truck is in what they call weight bias mode, there may not be enough weight on the parking brake axle. That could lead to inadequate parking brake force, which can cause a rollaway. No warnings for the defect have been identified. They are estimating all of those 800 VNLs in the recall are affected by this. There have been no warrant claims, field reports, accidents, or injuries. Volvo will have dealers replace the brake chambers with ones that include auxiliary parking brakes on the affected trucks. Notification letters slated to be sent out, I believe, in March. They were first made aware of the issue last November after a truck roll. After 3 safety evaluation committee reviews, the manufacturer determined here this month a product safety defect actually exists. Now, this is not related to another recall dealing with parking brakes that was issued last year. International had recalled more than 11,000 model year 23 to 26 LT and RH trucks in that recall. So there you go. Well, let's see what's going on with horse feathers. We made it through that day.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, happy casual Friday Eve there. So, anyway, what was I going to say there? Well,
you know what you did?
What I do?
You probably went from one cell tower to the next as you were on hold.
There you probably did. Do it again.
Do it again. Do it again. Ah, yes, indeed. So there he'll dial us back up. I don't know what to think about these continuous TMZ continues to get these supposed emails and ransom demands in regards to the Nancy Guthrie case. The latest from this past day, they say the FBI has actually reached out to authorities in Mexico in the hunt for Nancy and her kidnapper. And TMZ has received a new ransom note. Law enforcement sources involved in the investigation tell us the FBI has indeed contacted Mexican federal law enforcement to spread the word to various police agencies. We're told so far there have been no solid leads. Sources say the FBI believes it's possible Nancy was taken across the border, but it's unlikely it happened directly after the kidnapping. Authorities have checked Border Patrol cameras and other electronic devices, and they came up dry. That said, sources say it's possible Nancy could have been taken across the border at some other time. Of course, there are ways to evade authorities when crossing the border. But another ransom note, TMZ says this one a highly sophisticated demand involving a cryptocurrency other than Bitcoin. The email demands a dollar amount similar to the $6 million ransom demand in the previous email they had received days after the kidnapping. This email graphically describes the consequence if the ransom isn't paid. Now, the new ransom, that email contains a crypto account, a number that is different from the original wallet. We have forwarded the email on to the FBI. We will not be more specific, says TMZ. One thing the FBI wants to make clear, anyone who tries to scam the Guthrie family by making fake ransom demands, you are playing with fire because, as one source puts it, you'll go to federal prison for a long, long time. And this is not a hollow promise. A few other items, law enforcement sources say they did not get any leads from the gun stores the FBI had contacted. As reported previously, the FBI created a list of people who purchased the type of holster the kidnapper was wearing, presented that to various gun store owners in the Tucson area, asking if anyone with those names bought a gun in the last year. No luck there. We're also told there's an FBI team working with Walmart and other retailers trying to dig into who may have purchased some of the items the kidnapper was wearing. Again, no breakthroughs there so far. As one law enforcement source says, we're shaking the trees, trying to crack this case, but no luck yet.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Well, looks like Dirty Harry checked in here a bit ago. As he likes to say, gooder morning. Steve, I'm up between naps. Feeling better since the stress levels are way lower since January. But seriously, Steve, I think it's time to go back to work. I don't think I want to go back over the road. I am thinking about maybe going back to driving a tri-axle dump, or maybe even open a shop with a used car lot. I don't know. So confused about what to do, but so obviously feeling like you got to do something, right? Yeah, you got the itch, kind of like Big Ed. Big Ed, you retire and then go back on the road, and you retire and he's going back on the road. Hell, he may be out there now. All right, a couple of others real quick. Hello to Ty, checking in. Morning, Steve, all the listeners. Gary, 52 degrees, Southwest Ohio this morning. Meanwhile, get back, see if we can do a take two. Get rid of the click. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, I don't know if I've gone too far yet or not. I've gone a little ways, but
we are.
I don't know. How are we doing?
We're good to go.
All right. I thought you said something the other day there about that lumberhead from Oklahoma going back out on the road again.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Said he's going.
Yeah, so
he's going back to the same company he was with. I guess he's going to be doing the same thing. So,
well, that's good. At least we won't have to be retrained. Sometimes what do they say? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. So
right.
Maybe that's a good thing. Anyways, well, wish him the best of luck there. So we'll see how it all develops. I guess it's better than working. What was it? Was his son-in-law or something he was working for before when he was doing the water and stuff, the potable water to the to some of the oil sites?
The wells, yeah.
Yeah, and he smacked his head, tripped over a pipe and smacked his head or something. And boy, that job didn't treat him well. But anyways, I guess we should go on to other things here. So the extension of the hours of service, we got to do this again, huh? Now we've had 2 of them out there, and as you were saying, they expire every 2 weeks there now. That they don't go on kind of continuously like they used to. So there was one that was expiring on the 6th, which got pushed out to the 20th year, and of course we haven't gotten to that date yet. And then we had one that was supposed to expire, I believe, on the 14th or 15th, which I think you just said goes on to the 28th now?
28th, that is correct. Another 2 weeks, yep.
Okay. So they were both regional exemptions, and one of them, as you said, had like 20 states in it, and then the other one, which was the one that expired on the 6th and got pushed out to the 20th, I believe that one had most of the continental United States in it, and it was easier to say which states weren't on it than which ones were on it, I think. So I don't know if that one's going to be pushed on again after the end of the week here, or what's going to happen with that. But I guess we got both of them working at the same time just to make things clear as mud, right?
Mm-hmm.
Covered all the way around. But no, once I start working under this hours of service exemption, I actually get not a whole lot. I can't say we get a whole lot more work done because you can only do so much in a week anyways. And what we do in 70 hours is a lot of times, maybe we'll get another load or 2 loads in if it's shorter loads. And then, but you get to work at the schedule you want to work at. So there's a lot of times I'll go home and I'll be home for 4 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours and, get anywhere from 3 to 5 hours sleep and then head right back out. And the wife's like, hey, you've only slept for 4 hours. And I said, yeah, but I'm only going to go out and work for 4 or 5 hours and come back. So I'm going to go out and get something done. So you can actually make it work to where it's comfortable for what you want to do and work until you're tired, and then when you're not tired you don't have to keep working,
Right.
So anyways, I don't know. I think if people can regulate, the electronic log now has the 7 and 3 and the 8 and 2 put in it, and it really should have a 6 and 4 and a 5 and 5 put in it as far as I'm concerned. But one good thing about the electronic log for that is you don't have to think about trying to keep track of which way you're at with your 7 and 3 or your 8 and 2 and how much time you had off and how much time you can go, and the log is always calculating it for you the whole way across. Now, the one thing I'll say about the electronic log I don't like is it does not mirror the day you're working to what you did 8 days ago. So if 8 days ago I got done at 1 o'clock in the morning, I still have to set off this whole 8th day, even though I didn't work 23 hours of the previous 8th day. I have to sit off this whole 8th day because the 8th day, you can't go back and mirror. So now that we're 8 days and an hour from what it was, I can't start working again. So you actually have to, give up 9 days. But the thing is the electronic log counts everything right down to the second, and for everything else, well, it should count the 8 days, of your 70-hour 8-day or your 60-hour 7-day, it should count that to the minute as well, I feel. But again,
and right there we got to pause. Hey, we close out another hour. This update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities hope Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker may help in the search of the 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie, who's been missing from her Tucson home since February 1st. Investigators say the device disconnected from its monitoring app, so they are working with the manufacturer to try and locate it. Ukrainian forces have reclaimed territory in the southeast.
U.S.-backed peace talks between Russia and Ukraine ended in Geneva without a breakthrough, but on the battlefield, Ukraine is gaining ground. Over 5 days, Ukraine forces retook roughly 78 square miles in the southeast, marking their fastest territorial advances in years. Analysts say the gains may be tied to disruptions in Russian communications and shifting battlefield dynamics. Military experts caution the progress does not signal a decisive turning point, but it could strengthen Kyiv's leverage in future negotiations. As diplomacy stalls, both sides appear to be using battlefield momentum to shape the next round of talks. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
Alyssa Liu is aiming for her second gold medal at the 2026 Winter Olympics as she competes in tomorrow's women's single skating free final.
I'm really happy and I'm excited to do the free.
The 20-year-old sits third, entering the final, while fellow Americans Isabeau Levito and Amber Glenn remain in contention, currently 8th and 13th. A federal judge says Buffalo Wild Wings can keep calling a menu item boneless wings, even though they're pretty much just chicken nuggets.
The ruling Tuesday came after a customer's lawsuit claiming the restaurant chain was committing fraud by not serving him wings that had been deboned. The judge said that reasonable customers would not likely be fooled as to the nature of the so-called boneless wings. The court has given the plaintiff until next month to provide any additional info to show that Buffalo Wild Wings is committing a deceptive act. I'm Wendy Swanson.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
Problems in the air over Newark Liberty Airport this evening caused more problems on the ground and at gates.
Nobody hurt except for travel plans and flight connections at Newark Liberty after a JetBlue flight to West Palm Beach immediately reported engine trouble after taking off Wednesday evening. A Port Authority spokesperson says the pilot turned the plane around and landed back at Newark, but as a precaution, all takeoffs and landings were suspended for about an hour while emergency crews tended to the plane and got everyone off. NJ.com is reporting an FAA spokesperson says the crew reported smoke in the cockpit and passengers had to use the plane's emergency slides to exit. I'm Levon Putney.
Snow is hitting parts of the Colorado high country through tonight with up to a foot expected in some places.
Benjamin works at the Perk coffee shop in Winter Park and says it began Tuesday morning.
It's definitely coming down pretty good, so hopefully it stays up for the rest of the day here. But yeah, it's looking white out.
The National Weather Service issued a winter weather advisory from Fairplay north through Grand County and all the way into Wyoming. Meanwhile, high winds on the plains are increasing the fire risk across much of eastern Colorado. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Billionaire Les Wexner told Congress he was duped by Jeffrey Epstein, saying the financier betrayed his trust and misled him about his conduct and financial ties. Wexner testified under subpoena as part of the House oversight investigation into Epstein's network and the handling of his assets and relationships before Epstein's arrest and death. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, this hour we'll see if we can't get an update on the Middle East. Tensions very, very high. The word is the president met this past day with top advisors evaluating what sort of strategy we might take when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. That and more. All signs continue to point toward, I don't know that the diplomatic route is going to work. So again, more on that coming up this hour. Good morning to Billy checking in. Hello, Steve, the overnight listening folks. 61 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Happy Friday Eve. Have a great day. All right, meanwhile, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So, has the diplomatic way ever worked with Iran?
Realistically, no. They might make a deal, but they don't stand to the deal.
Yeah, well, they like the deal when we dump off, like $4 billion of gold and jewels and cash. They like that deal. Anyway, so speaking of dumping things, did you see the NTSB put out a final report there on that Black Hawk helicopter and American Airlines that had crashed there in Washington?
I did not see that.
Yeah, so maybe you look that up and browse through that a little bit. As far as your sheets goes there, I pretty much do a lot of fueling at sheets. I like them. They usually have specials for fueling with their high-speed diesel, for the truck islands. Right now they got a deal going on for 100 gallons of fuel. You get $5 off a food purchase, and with a 50-gallon purchase of fuel, you get they're giving out drinks, which I don't know. I think they ought to, back in the day, we used to get a drink all the time. You'd take your big mug in or your thermos in or whatever and fill her up with coffee. And heck, half the time, places I was getting coffee from, I'd actually go in and make a fresh pot. Just, go in and turn the pot on and then go out and fuel the truck and come back in and then come in and fill my cup up there from the fresh cup there. And half the time the waitresses are like, "Oh, thanks for doing that, because we ain't got time to get over there," because they were busy waiting on tables. Do they have tables in restaurants anymore?
Well, I was just going to say, I didn't realize they actually have like a sit down restaurant with hostesses or
no, not the sheets. No, not the sheets. I'm just saying back in the day, when we were doing real truck driving, we had to sit down food places to eat, and the waitresses would be so busy there serving the truck drivers there. If somebody came in and actually made a pot of coffee, they didn't have to run over and do it. They appreciated that. But anyways, but no, Sheetz usually has a pretty good deal, but I'm trying to figure out what's going on with fuel prices, Your Honor, because I've been watching here, and about a month ago, my fuel was $3.89 a gallon, and up in Pennsylvania, and then it jumped up to $3.99, and a couple of weeks ago it jumped up to $4.09, and it was that way through the beginning of the week, and I get fuel today, and it's $4.19. How come my diesel's jumped up 40-some cents a gallon here in the last month?
Good question.
Think it has anything to do with the home heating fuel and all that, possibly? More than likely.
That'd be my guess.
This area.
Yeah.
But anyways, there. So, I had one other thing. The hockey team, men's hockey team, did you catch that? They pulled out a win against Sweden.
Overtime.
Oh man. Geez, talk about a nail biter. First period there, nobody scored anything. Second period, the Americans scored a goal. Went through the third period there, got down to a minute and a half left, and Sweden scores. And then we have to go to sudden death overtime, and I don't know, we got probably 5, 8, 10 minutes into that, and finally the U.S. got an opening there and slammed one in. So they move on.
I'm thinking, isn't today, when it comes to the women's hockey, today's Thursday, that's the gold medal match, USA versus Canada. The women's,
I believe so.
Women's hockey, they have scored 31 goals throughout the tournament and given up one goal. Unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on a tear. I think they could take on some of the men's teams there and probably whip their butts.
Yeah.
But anyways, so hopefully the men's team can get on there, because they're down to the semifinals. So there's 4 teams playing for bronze, silver, and gold. So that means somebody goes home empty-handed. But if the U.S. team wins, then they go on to play for the next medal round, and we'll have to see how that works out. I guess other than that, I think that's about what we got to cover for you here for right now. So, anyways, well, we're gonna get going here and see what we can do. I don't know. We got to wait till 4:00 to load. So maybe we'll close the eyes and catch a little bit of this show on the replay.
Get a little nap in. Yeah, that's a long sit and Hurry up and wait, as they say. Patiently waiting. All right, 844-844-3388. Middle East. So the president meets with top advisors. The U.S. and Iran held a second round of talks on Tehran's nuclear program, as we know, on Tuesday in Geneva. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, White House advisor Jared Kushner, and other senior officials attended Wednesday's meeting, this past day's meeting. One U.S. official tells Axios that the Iranians need to come back to the Trump administration by the end of the month with a package of steps addressing concerns that the U.S. presented in Geneva regarding the nuclear program. The Iranian Foreign Ministry told Kushner and Witkoff a lot of positive things, but the devil is in the details, they're saying, as it always is. The ball right now is in Iran's court, so let's see. A second U.S. official expressed deep skepticism and said the talks in Geneva were, as he put it, quote, a nothing burger. U.S. officials told Axios that the arrival of the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group in the eastern Mediterranean in the coming days could factor into the timing of any potential military action. Rubio also is planning to visit Israel at the end of the month for talks about Iran. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters yesterday that there are many arguments one can make in favor of a strike against Iran. The president have had a very successful operation as commander-in-chief with Operation Midnight Hammer, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. The president's been very clear with respect to Iran or any country around the world that diplomacy is the first option. Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people. Of course, his national security team first and foremost. This is something obviously the president is taking seriously. Separate development, and these things all kind of point in the same direction. The United States is withdrawing all of its roughly 1,000 troops from Syria, ending a decade-long military presence focused on combating the Islamic State group. Now, the withdrawal already completed at several strategic outposts in northeastern Syria and along the Syria-Jordan-Iraq border is expected to be completed within 2 months. Officials described the move as conditions-based, signaling the U.S. could reconsider if the Islamic State group regains strength. But this decision follows major shifts in Syria. President Ahmed al-Sharaz forces recently seized most Kurdish-held territory, and the Kurdish-led Syrian Democrat forces, Washington's primary partner against Islamic State for years, have agreed to integrate into the Syrian army under a U.S.-backed ceasefire. Some U.S. and foreign officials expressed concern that a reduced American presence could create space for a resurgence in ISIS or embolden Damascus to abandon their ceasefire commitments. Others noted that the remaining U.S. contingent have become more of a political symbol of support than any sort of a decisive counterterrorism force. 844-844-3388. All right, coming up, we'll get to Phillips on board. I think Brain Dead checks in here. I think he's getting his new week started. First, Eagle. What's happening this morning, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Hey, listen, before I get to this story about what happened in Georgia a day or so ago with another immigrant that Joe Biden let in the country, I want to make this statement, Steve. While I was on hold, while you was talking about the Iran, I was looking at a video of this Iranian supreme leader, this guy, and he's back on the TV again over there in Iran talking trash, talking about if the U.S., that he's not intimidated by Donald Trump sending all these ships, these warships over to Iran, and that if the U.S. attacks, he said that if anybody attacks Iran, they will be hit with force, that the U.S. will be hit with a force that they never seen before. That's what he said. They translated it into English. Now, I've told you this before. I've been telling you this for the last couple of years about this guy. I heard an interview with somebody else today, some guy who claims that he's an Iranian leader, but he's not the head man. This guy here is actually sitting down talking to people trying to make some kind of deal with the United States, you know, so it doesn't come to that. But this guy makes the final decision, the supreme leader. I've told you this before. This guy here needs to be eliminated, Steve. I've told you that in the past. This guy is nothing but a troublemaker. He's got people in the crowd again saying death to America. Like I say, they're translating it into English, what this man is saying. The people are cheering. This guy here has a hatred for Donald Trump and the United States of America. There's not going to be no deal reached as long as this guy is in power. I'm going to repeat myself again. There's another guy there's a second guy that's in command that's actually trying to work with the United States and trying to make something happen to avoid a war with these individuals. But the supreme leader, this clown, is the guy who makes the final decision, and he don't want to make no deal. He's determined that he's going to get a nuclear weapon one way or the other. And if that's what his ultimate goal is as he likes to say, he wants to destroy the country of Israel, and he wants to death to America. That's what you can go back and look at the same video I just looked at, and this guy has a hatred for the United States of America. And if he has to be, if anything is going to be, he's got to be out of the picture. They got to get him out because this guy he's not willing to cooperate. He doesn't like Donald Trump, and Donald Trump doesn't like him. Yeah. But I got bad news for him. Whether he thinks so or not, the United States will destroy Iran in a war. They have no kind of military power that we have unless they get help from another country. This guy is fighting a battle that he's definitely going to lose. So he can keep on talking all the trash he wants, but he's going against a giant that he's never seen before. It'll be his demise if he decides to keep moving in the wrong direction. Now, I want to talk about this other situation, Steve, that happened in Georgia over the weekend. Another one of Joe Biden's illegal immigrants killed another American. They said almost a year to the date of when that one girl got killed in Georgia, the college student. There was an illegal immigrant. I forgot what country he was from. ICE people were trying to arrest this man, and he got into a high-speed chase. Yep. He refused to stop the car, and a black woman, a school teacher, a respected teacher in the state of Georgia, was on her way to minding her own business, driving down the street, and this guy ran a red light and T-boned her and took this woman's life. And now she's dead. And guess what? The man shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. That woman should still be alive right now. For all those people who say that these immigrants are not hurting nobody, that they deserve a right to be in America, well, we got another example of what happens when you allow people into your country unabated, and people that don't speak the language and don't want to learn how to assimilate to American customs and rules. They take another life. Just like the other truck driver that you talked about a week or two ago, the guy that had killed some people, a head-on collision, shouldn't have been driving a truck to begin with. And now he's taking an American life. So all those people who say that they just innocent people, they not bothering nobody, they here just to work and to, make money and take care of their family. Well, how many American people's lives are going to have to be lost, Steve, before people realize that what Joe Biden did for those 4 years is still hurting American lives to this day. So now we got a family in Georgia that's without a mother, and then kids that are going to bed tonight without a mother because an illegal decided to drive a vehicle unauthorized and take somebody's life. And I thank you for taking my call.
And there's tons of people out there, as you say, that are actually supporting them. They've got blinders on. They're brainwashed. They just don't get the reality, I'd say. It's 22 past the hour.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All righty, what do you say? Let's head on down to the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Well, I assume is the countdown clock still ticking for the Artemis wet dress rehearsal? Are they supposed to be starting to fuel that thing up today?
Yeah, they're getting it ready. I had heard the 19th, but maybe I might be.
Well, that's today.
Today's the 19th.
Today's
right?
the 19th, yeah.
That's today.
Yep.
Today is the day. So we'll see if she holds together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got any leaks, we're going to be figuring it out. So better do it now than later. So, but our little Starship stuff yesterday, they're 3 weeks away, they're saying, from launching a Starship again on that brand new pad. But they still got to test the pad. So this next flight's going to be a brand new Starship, a brand new booster, and a brand new pad. Everything's going to be brand new. So let's see how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And they're getting some things together in Florida still for the Starship program as well. The SLS program, though, that quick disconnect stuff is what was leaking last time, and it is on the bottom. So let's see if we can get that fixed up. And that's going to be a lot of stuff today. Hey, Steve, what was that about the weather? Is the weather moving through for y'all today?
Yeah, we're kind of in the zone where we could see some rotational storms, supercells, and the models are depicting more of southern Illinois, southern Indiana, southern Ohio, northern, all in that zone where we could see some pretty ugly weather.
Yeah, I looked at it earlier on the Weather Channel, and there's a lot of stuff down on the lower end, but I don't know. It's kind of weird how it's coming together. We'll have to see if AI is really working on them models the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see they had an avalanche yesterday in Truckee, California?
Yeah, we had talked about that. Eight dead and one still unaccounted for, which presumably dead.
Yeah, they said they had 15 people up there when that happened, and they had been telling everybody that was pretty much going to happen. I guess if you walked outside, you walked out so far, you just fall down because the snow was so deep. So I want to get Santa Claus to come and chime in on that one. Ain't he up there around Truckee?
Yeah, he said he said that's about 40 miles as the crow flies from his home 20 there.
Yeah, I know. He's not too far from Donner, is he?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's not cool, man. They said 15 people out there. They had 6 they found that were okay that dug themselves out, but that's one place you don't want to be without all that coming down.
I wondered why they were on supposedly it was a 3-day excursion, a 3-day backcountry camping out kind of trip. They were sleeping in tents and whatnot out there. It was the final day of that. They were trying to get back, and then boom, the avalanche occurred. Hey, we paused there. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines. Built for the trucks that cannot afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance in southern Arizona, hoping her pacemaker may provide clues. The device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she went missing, so a signal sniffer is being used to locate it. The combined reward for information now stands at $200,000. The U.S. women's ice hockey team faces Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
And to rely on their experience, rely on their preparedness, and we're ready for this moment.
Team USA, silver medalists in Beijing, dominated the round robin, outscoring opponents 33-1. They're going to aim to avenge earlier losses and add another Olympic gold to the record. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points. And the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret favorite products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Finally, truck and tractor polling is back. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. The 2026 polling season is officially here. Some regulars on the NTPA schedule made the trip to the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville. The custom-built track with a mixture of different clay was full of action from Wednesday through Saturday last week. The track was short, but the horsepower was big. The win in super stock tractors went to the 2025 Grand National champ Terry Blackburn, winning both the prelim and the finals. In limited pro stocks, Adrian Cox went just over 234 feet for the win in his Hickory hooker. High maintenance piloted by Josh Miley took the win in super farms with a hook of just over 231 feet. In two-wheel drive trucks, the distance of 226 was enough for Matt Seitz and his Buckeye Hooker 2 to lock up the win on Saturday. And rounding out the classes in Louisville were the modified four-wheel drive trucks. With a hook of 236, Larry Peterson aboard Profab Geared Up took the win. Up next on the NTPA schedule comes in 3 weeks, the Yoder Popcorn Invitational in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've talked about this weekend before, as it's a weekend of polling and monster trucks. Now we know the classes of pullers that are making their way to the Hoosier State. Pro Stock tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modified, light Pro Stock, hot farm, and Pro Stock diesel 4x4 trucks all take to the indoor track at the Allen County Memorial Coliseum. If you want to catch all 4 shows, it's polling Friday at 7, Saturday at 1 it's monster trucks, polling again Saturday at 7, and monster trucks Sunday at 2. Both nights of polling will also be live on Full Poll Live. Following the Yoder Popcorn Invitational, it's the Southern Swing on the calendar, and it'll be big. Friday the 13th, Zellwood, Florida will be hearing the roar of NTPA polling. The first hook is at 6:30 with Pro Stock 4.1 tractors, Super Stock diesel trucks, mini modified and light modifieds all taken to the track, with the same classes the following night at the same time. And then the following week, the pullers move to Satsuma with the same classes both Friday and Saturday. Some names committed to making the trip to Zellwood and Satsuma. For Super Stock diesels, it's Craig Dickey, 4.1 limited Pro Stock pullers Steve Bausma, Nick Galetz, and Stephen Long. Mini modified pullers Jeff Hurt, Cody Edwards, Troy Arnett, and Chase Richardson. Light modified includes Terry Feiss, Johnny Payne, and Les Corporal. Superstock diesel trucks will have Marshall DeBrew and Jeremy Yoder. And the best part of these hooks? Back-to-back weekends, and if you can't make it to Florida to see them in person, you can see them live on Full Poll Live. We've waited long enough, and now polling is back. Unfortunately, after the Southern Swing, polling takes a break as farmers head back to the fields, so make sure you catch the action either in person or on Full Poll Live. This week on NTPA Championship Polling, you can relive the 2025 Enderley Pull-Off. The biggest horsepower and the best drivers hit the track for the 2025 titles. Don't miss NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8 on RFD TV. If you don't have RFD TV, you can download the app and watch polling from the palm of your hand. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate the update. When pulling season gets back underway, that means spring's getting closer. Summer just around the corner. All right. I was looking at some of the video shared from this past day from Alta, Utah, in one of the ski resorts. Kind of giving you a first-hand look at what 4 inches of snow per hour looks like. I mean, you talk about flat out coming down. All said and done, at this particular ski resort in, again, Alta, Utah, 25 inches fell in 12 hours, 32 inches in 24 hours. Storm total was 43 inches. Yeah, suffice it to say, they've got plenty of fresh powder at the ski resort there. Only problem is probably for the skiers getting to the ski resort. Philip, welcome back.
Hey, if you're talking all this snow stuff, I got a friend down there in Jonesboro area. I got to tell him, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. That's what he says every time it snows anywhere, let it snow.
Yeah.
So, and he knows who he is. He listens to this show. He's been on this show before. So, hey, buddy, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And if you don't like that, you can ice baby. He'll know what that means. So, but anyway. So, Steve, why are these guys like giving out our secrets, man? Like, when you watch the news, you see this. Well, they're suspected we're going to be dropping weaponry on Iran on Saturday.
Right.
Why do they do that stuff?
Yep.
There is like no element of surprise anymore.
Right now, I think this because all the information being shared, the movement of the troops, the movement of the planes. I think it may be trying to put the psychological pressure on the Ayatollah that we're not messing around, because Trump keeps saying he'd be smart to come to the table. Does that truly put pressure on him, you think?
I don't know. I really don't know. But, what's funny is we saw this with Venezuela. I think today's technology is kind of getting in our way, so to speak, with social media and all the other things. I mean, you think about it, we got apps that will track airplanes, that will track ships. There's all this stuff out there that we can track, and then we got folks that just obsess about watching where they're moving B-2 bombers and where they're moving, weaponry around and doing different things. I don't know if I think it's the government putting out these locator issues. I mean, our locator beacons where everything is, because, I know they do it for safety, don't get me wrong, but there has to be an element of like, hey, we got to have a little bit of secrecy about what we're doing here, folks. I mean, that's just the way it works, But I don't know. What do you think?
You don't ever give you don't give your enemy the tip that you're coming, right? I get that. But Trump always likes to talk about we're going to be doing something. We're going to give him to the end of the month. Didn't he do the same thing with Maduro there in Venezuela? He actually had scheduled Netanyahu's going to come over here. We're going to talk this weekend, and they thought, I guess they let their guard down, thinking, well, nothing's going to happen this weekend, and then boom, there they are.
Well, sometimes they don't think that if you do the talk, you're going to walk the walk. You know what I mean?
Right.
They think it's a smoke show, and that's what sometimes people believe about President Trump. Is this a smoke show or what's it going to be? Like the speculation about Cuba. You know what I mean? That's we're going to take Cuba. I got news for you. How many years has it been since the Cuban missile crisis? And have we taken Cuba? The only thing we've taken in Cuba is we did a deal with them on Guantanamo, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's up? I just think that, we need to have a little bit more laid back on what our plans are. We don't need to be so out there throwing it around. And be quite honest, in some places they take that as being muscle. We muscling around somebody, so to speak. By threatening them or bullying them. Don't do that. If you see the problem, analyze the situation. If it's going to hurt people and we need to do it, let's go take care of business. I mean, that's just the way it is. There's one element that we've lost in America, and that's our element to fight. And I get where President Trump's coming, where a lot of the stuff is we need to bring that element back into America. It's sad, but it's true, but sometimes you got to stand up and fight. Sometimes you got to stand away and take one on the shoulder and just walk away, too. But it's a fine line on what you got to do, especially in the kind of stuff he's messing with. This nuclear stuff is not to play with. You remember the talk about the little guy in North Korea, Steve?
Rocket Man.
Years ago? Absolutely. All right, well, we saw what happened in Hiroshima, right? We've seen that through history. We've seen what's happening. That little guy had one that would be 5 times that. Now, do you really want even that being put on somebody? 5 times the size of that one? Now, you take Russia and America, we got some that are 50 times the size of that one.
Yes.
We got weaponry that shoots off one rocket will take care of 5 places, and it's dropping them as it goes along. I mean, we have that. That's available to us. They're working on it every day. We have that capability in America, and Russia has it, and I wouldn't doubt it if China didn't have it. I'm pretty sure they have it as well. So it ain't nothing to play with. That's why they're so serious about this situation with the nukes, and anybody having them. But we gotta muscle things around a little bit. But I thought it was weird. You just don't tell, oh, well, Sunday we'll be there Sunday. You don't do that. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. By the way, keep an eye on your orange rocket there. I watch it here and there. I don't watch it as much as everybody thinks I do, but I'm not a fan of it personal. I'm not a fan of reusing that equipment like that. The shuttle era is over for me. Let's move on. Let's do something different. So. But y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me, buddy.
All righty. Philip, thank you for being with us. Safe journey on into off to work we go, as they say. All right. 1 year after promising, I should say, Daytona 500 debut, JR Motorsports, their hopes of finally breaking through ended last Sunday in a wreck. And ultimately, a rather blunt public rebuke from its owner, none other than Dale Jr. The heartbreak was especially heavy for Jr. and his O'Reilly Auto Parts-backed team. They had entered Daytona really believing they could pull this off. After finishing 9th in last year's 500, they felt a surge of confidence, convinced they could take the next step this year. But what looked like a potential winning run quickly spiraled into chaos, leaving the team stunned, empty-handed. And as the dust settled, Dale Jr., they say, did not hold back, actually calling out his own driver's action in a moment that made the loss sting even more. Dale Jr. kind of calls out, kind of blames his own driver. I'm not saying that Justin has no fault in it. Justin is 100% responsible for this. If Denny has any fault in it, it's very, very minimal, said Jr. on his Dale Jr. download episode. His mistake, he said, was allowing himself to get pushed too far and not understanding how to not let that happen, how to not allow his car to get so far out and let it nose over. And those guys they're coming at him at 10 miles per hour. The 68th running of the Daytona 500 had its fair share of chaos where Justin Allgaier stood out. Allgaier was running near the front around lap 124. That's when Hamlin aggressively tried to pass on turn 4. In response, Allgaier threw what Fox Sports' Clint Boyer called a lazy block. The ultimate collision between Hamlin and Allgaier resulted in a large number of cars being collected. Although Hamlin could continue, the big one ended the race for Allgaier, along with Alex Bowman and Todd Gilliland. Denny wanted to share the blame for the pileup. Kevin Harvick blamed it on Allgaier's inexperience in the Cup Series. However, his own team owner, Dale Jr., actually blamed him for the aggression. It kind of explained, but I guess it takes a true leader to come out and admit when your team and your driver, I guess, in particular, is actually at fault when something like that unfolds. Well, it's been a while. Hello to the Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. The Jolly Green is officially retiring in exactly 25 days and 5 hours. So the 25th of March will be my last day of driving truck. The 27th, I will be retiring on a Friday. They'll have a party at the terminal, and then Jolly Green is going to be traveling the country in a fifth wheel. I got a Dodge Laramie pickup truck that's set up to pull a fifth wheel, and all we got to do is buy a fifth wheel. And actually, I will be looking at fifth wheels here in April. They're at Holtman RV on the other side of town. So, nope, I'm not going to Blue Compass on your side of town. I don't like the way they do business, Steve. So I'm going to go to Holtman, which is a family-oriented company. I have a feeling they'll take care of their customers a lot better. It's not one of those national companies that all they care about is making a quick sale, you know? But I also agree with Philip on the particular point that makes no sense of letting people know what we're going to do before we do it. You know, that's not what Reagan would do.
Right.
We have Reagan back in the office. I guarantee he'd bomb your ass and talk about it later, you know. And that's what I liked about Reagan. Reagan didn't tell anybody what he was going to do, and he just did it, you know. So, but Jolly Green is hanging it up. I've been doing this for 45 years. I've been with this company for 28 years. And I'm about done with it.
Yeah.
I am 70 years old, and I think it's time for me to hang it up. And no, I am not going to look back. I won't be like Mr. Ed and say, I'm bored, I'm going back to driving truck.
Okay.
I'm not doing that.
So what are some of the destinations you got? Do you have a bucket list of places you want to see? You know, you're going to get out there in the RV. You're going to go to Yellowstone or down there to the Bryce National Forest?
Actually, I'm not a big fan of going out west. I've done that. I'm going to stay in the Midwest and the South. My sister, who is retired now, her and her husband are in Tallahassee, Florida, at an RV park down there. And they have a Class 8 coach is what they've got. Now, the pickup truck I bought was specifically I made sure it was set up to pull a fifth wheel, and it's already got a fifth wheel hitch in the bed. And it's just, it is a really nice pickup truck. I actually got lucky and found one with only 7,000 miles on it. and got a pretty good deal on it. So it's already paid for. So now all we got to do is get that fifth wheel. And what we're going to be looking at to travel at, one, I like Port Clinton, Ohio, which is up there on Lake Erie in between Toledo and Cleveland. They have a bunch of RV parks right there on Lake Erie. So that'll be one of the places we're going to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I've been to Dells, Wisconsin a couple times, stayed at hotels. They have RV parks up there, and I love Dells, Wisconsin. I do. So we'll go up there and we'll stay. I've always wanted to stay up there in Upper Michigan, all the way at the top. I've only been up there one time driving professionally as a driver. So I would love to stay up there, during the summer. Other things, my wife wants to go to Myrtle Beach, and they do have RV parks down there. And yes, we're going to go down to Florida. And yes, Philip, we're going to come down and we're going to come see you. So be on a shadow of a doubt.
How about that?
Been wanting to meet Philip, so we'll go down there and we'll meet Philip. And so we do have plans. Pigeon Forge is another one that I absolutely love, the Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg area.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got a new RV park called Margaritaville. And get this, Steve, they bring a pitcher of margaritas to your trailer at 5 o'clock, after 5 o'clock. And I'm looking forward to sitting there drinking a margarita there, just with my feet tucked in and so on. And I'm going to be bringing one of my smokers, and I'm going to be smoking ribs and cooking to my heart's delight. So it's there's a lot of things that I want to do, and I'm sure not going to stand there and sit in a rocket chair and die.
Mm-hmm.
Sex Maniac, who's going to be 72 the day I retire, I don't know. He's not really talking about retiring, but he should, because him and we're older than dirt, So it's, I guess we're kind of your transplant from your dad's show, But I will be still calling in and listening to your show, even though I'm retired. And I'm burned out on that hauling hazmat every single day. And I get, I just had to take 4 more tests here this week, and it doesn't really matter because I won't be using the information,
Yeah.
So I'm not renewing my CDL license on hauling hazmat, which is due this year. But I will be renewing my CDL, but I just won't be hauling hazmat because I just, like I said, I don't think I'll be driving truck ever again. I'm done with this. It's time for the young guys to step up. With all the new technology and these cameras, it's getting to be a pain in the neck. Electronic law book, which I really like, the electronic law book, because you don't have to do anything. Once you log in, it does everything for you,
Right.
And then I love the anti-collision systems in these trucks. I do think it does make trucking a lot safer. And by the way, I was a graduate of a truck driving school back in 1983. And back then, they didn't have a CDL license. Back then, it was a chauffeur license. So we didn't have to take a skills test, and they didn't have to take us out for a drive to get our CDL. All we had to do was pass the written test, and then we automatically were set up and ready for driving truck. So, and that's how I did it back then. The CDL license didn't come in until years after that, and we grandfathered in, but we still had to take all the written tests that you take today. So I do remember, and by the way, I do remember being in snowstorms and in Downer Pass, that where that snow is at right now, and I do remember chaining up going across there. So hopefully I'll never have to do that ever again.
Right.
But either way, Steve, I have been listening. I just don't call in as much, but I just wanted to say I do appreciate your show. and all the information. And Jolly Green, the next time he comes to the truck show, he's bringing the fifth wheel down there, and he's going to be staying there for 3 days instead of coming down on a Saturday like we did before.
There you go. All right.
So I'll get to meet some of these guys that I didn't get to meet before, and I know that Pappy's getting ready to retire.
Yes.
In April, and I do wish him all the luck in the world, and I do appreciate what he does, and I appreciate good police officers out there keeping us safe and serving their community. So I take my hat off to Pappy. It's just appreciate what you do, brother, and enjoy your retirement, because I know I'm going to.
All right. Well, you got a few weeks. You'll have a chance to check in between now and then. But we get to a news update brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickup trucks to the heavy-duty equipment, industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities in Arizona hope Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker could provide clues to her disappearance. The 84-year-old mother of Savannah Guthrie has been missing from her Tucson home since February 1st. Investigators say the device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she disappeared, so they're working now with the manufacturer while using a signal sniffer to try to locate it. The Trump administration is joining a federal civil rights lawsuit filed by a conservative group against the Los Angeles Unified School District.
The 1776 group accuses the district of using race-based classifications to distribute benefits to campuses labeled as PHBAO. It stands for predominantly Hispanic, Black, Asian, and other non-Anglo. The suit claims fewer than 100 schools lack that designation, and students at those campuses, including white and Middle Eastern students, are denied equal access to resources and opportunities. The complaint alleges federal violations, including the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and California's Prop 209, which bans racial preferences in public education. They want the court to grant a permanent injunction to stop the district's alleged race-based programming. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, director of the National Institutes of Health, will also serve as the acting director of the CDC after the previous acting chief stepped aside. The White House says he'll lead the CDC temporarily while officials search for a new permanent director. American speed skater Jordan Stolz goes for more gold tomorrow in the men's 1500 meter at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
National anthem when you're at the World Championships, but something about being at the Olympics and hearing it.
The 21-year-old from Wisconsin also won the 500 and 1,000 meter events, setting Olympic records in both. He competes alongside U.S. teammates Emery Lehman and Casey Dawson. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points, the S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Illinois is facing a potential loss of federal highway funds over concerns that some CDLs were improperly issued.
Illinois could lose $128 million in federal highway funding after U.S. transportation officials flagged concerns about improperly issued commercial driver's licenses. Federal authorities are demanding corrections within 30 days, while state leaders say they believe they're largely compliant and are conducting their own review. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
The search continued for 9 skiers missing after an avalanche near Truckee, California, in the Sierra Nevada.
6 were found but remained helpless for hours as rescuers worked to reach them. The avalanche was reported Tuesday morning, stranding a group of 4 mountain guides and 11 other skiers. Captain Rusty Green with the Nevada County, California Sheriff's Office says
they're doing their best they can. They have taken refuge in an area. They have made up makeshift, shelter with a tarp and doing everything they can to survive and wait for rescue.
Authorities initially said there were 16 people in the group, but later revised the number to 15. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Whoopi Goldberg says her name appears in the recently released Jeffrey Epstein files because of a 2013 email about seeking a private plane to Monaco for a charity event, not due to any friendship or involvement with Epstein. The View co-host stresses she was never his friend or companion.
I'm telling you, when I tell you people are trying to turn me into... I wasn't his girlfriend. I wasn't his friend.
You were too old for him.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, got us a Thursday. And we kick off this hour. It's been happening more and more, and it's kind of spreading like wildfire all around the country. Where kids, middle school, high school, all participating in these protests. ICE, get out of our community. Are they being manipulated? Is this a way of kind of brainwashing them to be activists? I'll start with a post from this past day, kind of questioning, should the teachers and the leadership in these schools be punished for taking elementary and middle school kids out of class? Schools exist for education, not political indoctrination disguised as activism. When teachers pull elementary and middle school kids out of class to protest ICE, they have abandoned their duty. They've betrayed the trust parents place in them. These children deserve instruction, aka reading, math, facts, not to be used as props in adult political battles that they can't even understand. That's not teaching, it's manipulation and propaganda. It's targeting impressionable minds. Parents send their kids to school expecting them to learn skills for life, not to be drafted into partisan causes. ICE protests. They protect our communities from trafficking and drugs and dangerous criminals. That's what ICE does. Those who are illegally in the country. All this hijacking class time to allow law enforcement agencies to attack them is inexcusable. I believe teachers who do this absolutely deserve consequences. You want to protest on your own time, that's fine, but using your position to conscript kids into your political agenda crosses every professional line. We need accountability. Restore schools as places of learning instead of leftist indoctrination centers. What do you think? Should teachers face discipline? This week alone, I have here a Florida father forced to leave work in the middle of the day Tuesday to remove his child from a Lake Region high school after the students were participating in the anti-ICE protest that actually ultimately led them on to a nearby overpass where one student nearly got hit by a car. This was all captured on video, reposted on X, that shows the upset father confronting the school staff while signing his child out. Telling the teachers, the principal, you've got like 1,000 kids out there on an overpass. One just about got hit by a car. Kids shouldn't be involved in this shish kebab, as he said. This is for learning. I have to leave work because while I'm working, I got to worry about what you're manipulating my kid to listen to. This is BS. Polk County Public Schools sent a letter to parents informing them of the incident, stating that students left campus as part of an apparent demonstration related to ICE. The district emphasizes such actions are not permitted due to safety risks and that students involved will face discipline according to the Code of Conduct. This is part of what has been a wave of these so-called student-led ICE protests around the country, some of which have indeed turned chaotic, some of which have resulted in injuries. In West Palm Beach, a minor participating in a similar protest was indeed struck by a car. I don't get it. And I'm kind of questioning what kind of consequences are those students actually facing? Are they getting an hour in detention time? Are they suspended for 2 days, 3 days? Matter of fact, I think I mentioned it's been last week or the week before. It was Tuesday, I think a week ago. where students at my oldest grandson's school were all planning on this walkout thing, and he said, "Papa, I don't want to be there." Didn't want to go. I didn't make him go to school that day, and his mama agreed. I just let him stay home. What's going on, Pappy?
Yes, sir. Good call. Man, Steve, the parent that you were just talking about needs to do more. Sign his son out. He needs to step up and sue that school big time. I think it's my opinion that every one of these principals or teachers that are involved in this should lose their teaching license, should be fired immediately. Remember how you were talking about if parents weren't on board with their 12-year-old girl getting her breast cut off, the Job and Family Services would go in and take the child. There's a video put out. Some gray hair old lady, I forget where this was at, but Turning Point, right? Students wanted to start a little Turning Point chapter, so to speak, in their school, and this lady was addressing school members. And in her little address, while she was so against it, she said, as a public teacher, like doctors and nurses, that we have a responsibility to report child abuse. And Steve, that's no secret, right? If a child comes into a school and the child tells a teacher, "Hey, Uncle Joey's been fondling me," whatever, they got a duty to report that. So she made it clear that she called Child Protective Services on these people that were trying to allow this Turning Point chapter to start in the school. She felt it was child abuse. So shouldn't these teachers and principals, Steve, how come they're not calling Child Protective Services on this lady for putting these kids in that position? There was another video. I just watched it. Just had it on Fox. A fight broke out. I think what happened, I'm not 100% sure. They didn't share the whole thing, but there was a gentleman that got out, same thing. I don't think he was a parent, but I think he got out and was like, "What are you people doing?" And he had a red hat on. I don't know if it was a MAGA hat, but one of the students walked up and knocked his hat off, and a fight broke out. And the old man had a bloody mouth. And kudos to him, he was throwing back. And the teachers were trying to separate the students. Steve, come on, man. What? This had to come from somebody in the top, right? Because, like I said the other night, you don't just get all the schools all around the country. There had to have been some coordination here. And somebody from the Department of Education who don't really care about these kids, Steve. It's all about the money. Hey, but thanks, Jolly Green. Listen, man, I appreciate it. I myself had a chauffeur's license back in the day. First got out of the Navy, I was trying to get my old job back, and there was it was a large rest home. It wasn't like a small place. They were looking for drivers to transport people, and I guess back in them days, if you were transporting so many people, like on a small bus, you had to have a chauffeur's license. So I went out and got one before never did get the job, but I got a chauffeur's license. I never did turn it over into a CDL. At that point, I probably didn't even know you could. But, man, you talk about, for 45 years, Jolly Green. Come on, brother. Kudos to you, my man. That's a long time on these highways. So I appreciate what you said for me, and it's ditto right back out to you, man. I hope you enjoy it. Steve, I seriously been thinking doing the same daggone thing. I don't know about a fifth wheel, just flat out getting a motor home. I don't know. I have to price these things, I guess.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not talking some big old bus.
Right.
Just enough where, like, you know, if you're on the highway and it's shut down because somebody up in front of you crashed, right? Wasn't paying attention, following too closely, ACD'd somebody in the ass, and they got the highway. Steve, you can throw that thing in park and walk right back there and use the restroom, and you don't even have to get out. Don't even have to open the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm talking about. Iran. Well, yeah, I mean, Steve, I don't know about this. The problem that I have is, I don't know, a lot of these people thinking, Iran, it's a walk in the park. We'll just bomb the hell out of them. And Steve, I'm telling you, man, it ain't going to be that easy. Iran is not Iraq.
Correct. I mean, if they wanted to go in, drop a few bombs, and then like they did several months ago, that's one thing. But that's not going to happen.
Kill the leader. Kill the Ayatollah. I mean, they're backed by China and Russia. Could it lead to a nuclear war, like Philip was saying?
Right.
As long as you got people with common sense and don't worship the demons, you probably don't have to worry too much about a nuclear war going off. But when you get Dr. Evil that just don't care, right, if the world ends or not, who knows in their little demon theology here, well, that's one way to get back at the Lord. We'll just kill everybody.
And isn't that the premise? It's called assured mutual destruction. That's what's prevented us in Russia or China from ever starting something like that.
Right. But if you get some crazy luniac in there that just don't care, just one push of the button, man. We've talked about how many times this planet has come close, right, for either computer malfunctions or whatever, a missile being launched and not told. No, what the hell else did I have on the plate here? Oh, Steve, my God. I'm sitting here watching the news today. I don't think you talked about this for a while. I was taking the trash out there for a few minutes and wasn't listening. But I posted this, Steve, and I don't know if you've seen it. Did you see this down in Daytona? This 13-year-old boy
slit his throat.
That had his throat slit.
Guy just walks up and slices his throat, but amazingly, I guess he didn't get the jugular.
They said he was a millimeter away from cutting that jugular. If he would have hit that jugular, the boy would have died right there on the beach. Or they were at. I think they said they were on the boardwalk or the parkway there.
Yeah, like on the Daytona. They were down there for the race. Just walking the boardwalk.
Walks up behind him. That's what I say, Steve, watch your six, right? Walks up behind him and slits his throat. And there's probably about an 8-inch, 10-inch scar on this boy's neck. You see all the stitches.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And this guy just got out 4 days ago for cutting somebody else. And he's got a history of sexually assaulting a minor. What is this dude doing walking the streets? Steve, you name me one thing the Democrats have proposed that makes sense, that just doesn't go against societal norms, man. One thing. I can't think of anything. Nothing. Did you see that video in Italy? This lady's walking out with her toddler, and walks out these doors of this building. I don't know if it was a store or what it was. And this man literally runs up and snatches the kid up.
Yeah,
and
tried to abduct him. Yeah, like a 1-2-year-old, something like that. Yeah. Trying to grab him up in broad daylight right in front of everybody.
Yes. I mean, Mama Bear wasn't having no part of it. Thank God, a couple citizens. They said this kid suffered a broken femur fighting over this child. I mean, probably don't take much to break a 2-year-old's femur, but I mean, thank God, my God. What was this dude going to do with this kid, Steve? Your worst nightmares? They had the family of that 13-year-old. I think Hannity had him on. It was Hannity or Laura Ingram. And I'm sitting there, looking at the boy, looking at his mother, and I'm looking at the father. Why did the father stomp his ass in the ground, man? They'd have been picking that dude's brains up out of the sand. Knife or no knife, I'm telling you. And pick up this dead body here. There ain't no sense in charging him with attempted murder. Whew. Man, see, when I tell you, watch your six, man, it's just not the same, brother.
These are all examples of, you got to pay attention to your surroundings. I mean,
get your cell phones up out of your faces. When you're on the street walking around, Steve, get these cell phones out of your faces. Sitting in a restaurant, put these cell phones down. Pay attention to your surroundings, man, because things are getting out of hand. I think that's it. I think of anything else.
Things can happen in the blink of an eye, right?
That fast. Oh, there was another video, real quick. It was two deputies got a call. There was a man standing on the sidewalk. I don't know why they got a call. Maybe a suspicious person. Who knows, right? And they get out of their car, and they're standing there engaging him in a conversation. And this dude pulls out a butcher knife and tried stabbing one of the officers. And the point of this is how fast this can happen. It was like, holy moly, man, just out of nowhere. Thank God that cop was, paying attention. But he was able to avoid the knife thrust, and if it wasn't for his partner there, Steve, his partner shot the dude. I don't know if he killed him or not, but his partner was right on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it happened so dang on quick, and I mean, we've seen videos of this. I mean, training videos. It just happens so dang on quick, and when you least expect it. You get called for a suspicious person. I don't know what's he doing on the side. Who knows? Something minor. It happened right here not that long ago, right here in Cincinnati. There was I forget which agency it was. There was a guy walking on this highway on 75. And the officer pulls over. Dude, he's just going to get the guy off the highway. Man, what are you doing out here, dude? You're going to get hurt. You're illegal to be walking out here anyway. Let me give you a ride. And dude pulls out a knife and tries to stab him. Turned out this guy was wanted. When we deal with people, you just don't know who you're dealing with, Steve. You just don't know, man. This guy wanted for murder somewhere in the country. And you just posted something on your Facebook. Right? We got a missing girl here in our town. Did they find her?
No, not that I'm aware of. It's last seen Valentine's Day. And this is just a couple blocks from the secret bunker. 16 years old. She apparently met somebody in a chat room or on an app. And she was going to meet this individual and never came back. And now she's, I guess, 6 days in, gone.
let me tell you something. Okay? We take these reports every day. Every day we get these runaway reports where these kids are running away from the house, getting in a fight with mom and dad and run away. It happens all of the time, and it's usually the same. When the police, right, put this out like this, now you're talking serious business. This isn't just a typical runaway kid. You know what I'm saying?
The family's pleading. They said, we don't believe that this is like, she's not a runaway. She's not in a position that she wants to be in. It's not like she's volunteered to run off with somebody.
She might have been coerced, right? Thinking she's going to meet somebody her own age, coerced into meeting somebody somewhere. And
yep.
Guess what? You're snatched up. So prayers for her and the family. Let's hope she's found. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. Jolly Green. God love you, brother. You're closer than I am, man. You're counting down the days, so I only got 2 months.
But he's got it down to the hour, though, right? Yeah, and that's I myself, my wife, my daughter, many in the community have been sharing. Yeah, the photos and the missing poster of that 16-year-old, which is literally just around the corner from our residence that disappeared, 16. There's no national media here, though. This, Nancy Guthrie still topping headlines, but there's all over the country. People go missing every day, which is downright scary, but... News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance in southern Arizona, hoping her pacemaker may provide clues. The device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she went missing, so a signal sniffer is being used to locate it. The combined reward for information now stands at $200,000. The U.S. women's ice hockey team faces Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
And to rely on their experience, rely on their preparedness, and we're ready for this moment.
Team USA, silver medalists in Beijing, dominated the round robin, outscoring opponents 33-1. They're going to aim to avenge earlier losses and add another Olympic gold to the record. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled. And it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. You know, some days you can't buy a phone call, and others, people getting busy signals. Hey, Pop, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, hey, sounds like things might get a little rough tomorrow night or evening, I mean.
That's what I'm seeing, yes.
I've got a question for guys like Grump and other guys maybe that are owner-operators. I got a buddy, he's got a little hot shot business. Got himself a new truck and has everything registered for 44,000 pounds. And he hasn't had any trouble, but his new plate and registration hasn't come in yet. But yesterday he was in Illinois, and they pulled him in, and they gave him an overweight violation because he didn't have the metal plate on there. He had the paper plate on there, and the guy bumped him back down. He's got a Ram 350. Bumped him back down to an 11,000-pound regular plated truck and gave him an overweight ticket for 22,000 pounds.
Wow.
Can they do that? That's my question. Like Grump, if he bought a new truck or something, they can't run on a paper plate till their new one comes in, even though they're registered for the proper amount of weight? Something sounds fishy there.
Something does sound fishy. I don't know. What do you say, Grump?
He shouldn't have got a ticket, or he shouldn't have got downgraded if he's already went through the ratings and everything for his commercial carry there with that the tag that was, with the paper plate that he had, that they gave him. I mean,
Right.
it's not his fault that he didn't have the metal tag on there. I don't know why they would do that.
He's originally out of Tennessee, and he's been quite a few places, and this is the first time he was in Illinois, and they popped him there at that scales over by Davenport.
Is he apportioned for that?
Yeah.
Was he apportioned for that weight at 44,000?
Yes.
And he did purchase licensing, and he had the registration.
Yep. He's got everything.
For.
He's got his own authority, his own IFTA, everything.
I'd take that to court.
But the only thing
he did 22,000 pound, that's going to be a lot of money.
Yeah. What was the price? It's going to be just shy of $1,500.
Yeah, I'd take that to court, and just because it don't sound to me like the officer that did that knows his head from his butt. But I'd take that to court.
Yeah,
because
I figured if anybody would know, you probably would. But I thought that sounds awful damn cheap or something. I mean, he had everything he's supposed to have. So
yeah, well, it's a metal tag shouldn't matter. If he has a temporary tag, that's just a paper temporary tag, but he's already paid his dues. He's already paid everything up, and he has applied for the proper licensing and everything with it. There shouldn't be a problem there on why the officer, wrote him a ticket for 22,000 pounds over. I mean, I would definitely take that one to court and argue that I had a officer pull one of my permits one time when I was over hauling an oversized load, and said I left 7 minutes early, than what I was supposed to, from where I was at. And I went to court over it and got my money back and everything else, because I didn't really even have to go to court. I just submitted the ticket and everything through the court, and he wrote me a ticket for where I was at, and they actually go at the state capitol on the time. So, it didn't matter if it was 7 minutes or whatever. So anyway, he didn't know what he was talking about. But
so it's just, could this be the kind of deal where he said he's out of Tennessee, and then they get you all the way up in Illinois? Are they thinking he'll just pay the fine and be done with it because he ain't going to come all the way back up here to try to go to court?
Well, the only other thing that I could see was that Tennessee may be different on their weights and measures than what Illinois is. Maybe he has to have an upgraded license in what he has in Tennessee, but I don't see how that would, it could be, I guess. Tennessee could look at the weights a little different and say that, we put you in this class up to 44,000 pounds. Well, if he goes up to Illinois, they could say, no, you're not allowed to run that weight here, under that class.
Do you know what class license did you say? Did you say he had a Class A, or was it a B? Iron Duck.
Oh, yeah, no. He's got a Class A. He used to drive for this company.
Okay, so
and he
Class
wanted to go out on his own.
Okay.
Right.
He's got all of his endorsements, everything. So.
But what I'm saying is that the tag itself, Illinois may look at it different and say that he has to have an upgraded tag to a different weight class as opposed to what's in Tennessee. Or even then in Tennessee, I mean, you could have beyond local on. So I would take it. I'd damn sure take it to court and say this is exact.
Yeah.
This is what I have.
I figured that was the way to go, but I thought I want to check with that because I've never heard of that. And these trucks here are plated for 80,000 pounds. Why that 80,000 pounds is good nationwide, and he's got everything else he needs.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's what I wanted to know.
All right. Well, Pop, thanks for checking in.
You.
Yep. Take it to court. That's kind of what I was leaning at anyway, but I saw you were on the line. I said, well, That's not what you called about, though. What'd you have for us, Grump?
Well, I was listening to Philip and Jolly Green talking about this, why they're telegraphing what they're doing. Why, the military, Trump, and, is talking so much about what they're going to do. And, we're completely different now than what we were back when Reagan was, when Reagan was around and, the fact that we would have just, went in and tore things up. Number one, you're trying to win the hearts and minds of the Iranian people. So one of the things that they're doing right now, first, to gather intel, all the intel that they can on any potential target. That's what they're still doing. If you could see them, you'd probably see a U-2. Every satellite in the country would be looking down. Every military satellite would be looking down on Iran right now, looking for potential targets. They're still doing that. The second phase of it is going to be the psychological readiness. They're trying to talk to win the hearts and the minds of the Iranian people that wants to break away from this tyrannical regime that's in there right now. These crazies. They're trying to get away from that. They've already killed 35,000 of them. So what they're doing now is readying. They keep telling them that war's coming if they don't get a deal together. We don't know what the deal is, and we also don't know how many players in the region, such as the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, and Bahrainians, all these people that are getting together, the Kuwaitis, just so many of them that are getting together right now and trying to convince this Ayatollah idiot that he's fixing to die, that he needs to take any deal that he possibly can to avoid any kind of war. All right, that's the psychological part. Secondly, is they're looking at something, or third, they're looking at something else here. They're looking at what the military is actually doing, and they're doing it with the satellites. And I guarantee you they've had people on the ground there, not just the Mossad, but we've probably had our own assets, military assets that's been on the ground there, looking at these targets and getting them identified and everything. And they've probably been doing this for a little bit now, but they're looking at their retaliatory capabilities. So we're not just destroying, mass. I mean, we're going in there with surgical precision guided missiles that will take out exactly what they want and leave as much of the infrastructure and limit as much collateral damage as they possibly can, because you do not want, we're going to get jumped on anyway. As soon as this war starts, it's going to be, or as soon as the battle starts, it's not going to be much of a war. I got to, Pappy, love you, brother, but I got to disagree with you, man. This is not going to be much of a war. It really isn't. Iran has a bunch of mini subs that they made a comment about submarines. Look under the water, this kind of thing. They have a lot of mini subs that our guys is probably mapping right now. We got the capability to do that, but this is not going to be some nuclear contest. This is going to be something that the last thing Russia and China wants is to get involved in anything like this, because there's two countries that depend on the rest of the world for their survival, for their economics. And that's the last damn thing that they want to do is get involved in this. They may sell them a few missiles and stuff like that, which is allowed. We're going to look at it and go, okay, whatever. But they're not wanting to have any kind of assets that they bring into the area to try to deter us from what's going to happen. Because number one, it's the sanctions that'll be launched against them, and any country that does business with them is going to be massive. We're still the big dog in the neighborhood. Iran doesn't have a hell of a lot left. They got about 2,000 missiles, but they destroyed much of their launch capabilities. So they're going to be trying to figure out how they're going to get these things in the air. They still have drones that they've been flying around. Well, hell, we've shot down half a dozen drones over the last 3 or 4 days since they've been doing this. So it's not going to be much of a war. I don't think they even want to call it a war. I think it's going to be more on the lines of a campaign, a liberation campaign, as they're probably going to refer to it as. And trust me, we got the capability right there. We got, there's a couple of submarines there that can, just one submarine can hit 80 different cities with nuclear weapons. At just one sub that we have, and we probably got 5 or 6 of them in the areas, off as far away as the North Sea. So Russia kind of, they kind of mind their own business. They know what we got. They know exactly that, we're not the kid they want to pick on. And it's, if you ever seen the United States in action, and I have, got a front row ticket to what the capabilities of us are, it'll just baffle the hell out of you. So where they're trying to mass troops and things like that, like Russia or China, we have war colleges that are teaching strategic surgical strikes, and it's very effective. That's why we go leaner and meaner, but they go mass. They want all the troops that that they can possibly muster up and everything else. That's why their ships and things like that are not anywhere near the capabilities of ours. But this is what's going to happen. It's going to be a very quick campaign. I think they're just going to come in there if they even do it. They may not do it.
Right.
They may, Iran may snap out of it, and they, say, hey, look, we don't want this to happen. And then we'll look at, see what they're going to do. So, well, you got to, you're probably going to have to give up power there, and you just get on a plane and give wherever in the hell you want to, but you're not going to be there. But this may be what happens. I don't know. But the biggest part right now, like I said, is the intel and the retaliatory capabilities, and they're looking at targets, and that's why it takes a little bit longer. And when we move all our assets into an area like that, and they say, hey, we're ready, boom, they know it. Iran knows it. That's one reason why they're trying to talk right now. They got to save a little bit of face and say, we'll whip the United States' ass. They know damn well they can't. They couldn't whip Connecticut, let alone the whole damn country.
Right.
It just wouldn't happen. But that's it. I just wanted to comment on that when I heard them talking about that, there is a reason behind the matter.
And we learned with Maduro that when they move all those assets into a location, and he gave, President Trump gave Maduro ample opportunity time and time again. He said he'd be well advised to leave the country, and he didn't.
No. And, Steve, that's one thing that we've always done was when we bring assets into an area like that, we get them used to seeing us. We get them used to seeing what we're doing, launching planes and this and that, where it gets to be a routine. And they get to looking at it and they say, well, they're just out there showing their ass. And then all of a sudden, boom, we pounce. And it's always a time when they have their guard down, when we know exactly when the right time is to hit these people. Now, I would look really when the bomb, if it happens and the bombing starts, their Republican guard's going to fall on its ass. They're going to be going, hey, they're going to be like the Iraqis. They're going to be, scrambling for whatever they can, just dropping guns and hauling ass because they don't want any part of, they would look for a ground invasion, which I don't think will ever happen, not anywhere close to it. And we've learned a lesson about this rebuilding countries. Under Trump, it wouldn't happen. It's blow the damn thing up and get the hell out of Dodge. Let them worry about it. Well, this is a different campaign right here. This is something that this regime has to go. When you kill 35,000 of your own people and people are bitching about ICE because they shot some fat woman that tried to run over a damn ICE agent, and they're, oh, wow, this is nothing comparable to what went on in Iran. Not a damn thing. So they're looking at this, and the people are ready. When you got 89 million people in a country, which is about what they have, and only about 10% of them, you think about it, 10%, that's 8.9 million people that wants that regime to stay. They can cause some problems. So the first thing that they do with the psychological system that they put in place is to let them know that if they want to fight, they're going to die. That's just all there is to it.
Mm-hmm.
So the best thing to do is to knock it off, and that's just people that believes in that Ayatollah way he governs and the way he, rules the country. They've just gotten used to that. They're used to somebody handing them things and I'll be your protector kind of thing. And when they don't care about looking at the outside and saying, hey, I want an iPhone, I want this, I want that. With the rest of those people, they would like a normal damn way of life. Iranian people, I know several Iranians, good people, man. One of my good friends that's up in Canada, we talk. He's Iranian, and they, they're gearing up for an ass whooping. I mean, their story alone when the Ayatollah took over in 1979, when they watched their uncle get killed out on the damn street, literally shot in the head right in front of their house, because they were the opposition of what was happening. They didn't want, want all this Shah, uprising kind of thing. But this is something right here. It's like I said, I don't think it's going to last long. I think that if it starts as a shooting war and we start launching missiles and stuff like that, it's going to be over for them. They have no means of blocking them. They have no kind of retaliatory anything. So it might last a day, it might last 3 days, but it's just going to be a straight bombing campaign that's going to hit every target that they possibly can, and that's going to be enough to cripple that Republican Guard. So that's my view.
And away we go. All right. Thank you very much, Grump. Well, Senor Heatwave, what's going on this morning?
No, not a whole hell of a lot. Yeah, that snow in Salt Lake, we were in it from about, I guess Bliss, Idaho, is when I was talking to some of the people there, and they says, "Oh, you get down to around was it Bernie? Hurley, Idaho." They says, "Yeah, you're going to be seeing some snow plows," and sure enough, they were out there, just not enough of them.
Mm-hmm.
And it was real crappy all the way into Salt Lake City. So by the time I went to bed, it was the wind was blowing and it was snowing sideways. So I can pretty much guarantee, yeah, they were gonna be getting a good amount of snow when we left. We swapped out there in Bernalillo here a couple hours ago, and this one dinga come up to me. "Hello, my friend. Where did you come from?" I said, "Well, we just come down from Salt Lake. I just got up." "My goodness, did you take 550? "Yes, we did." "Oh, goodness." It's like, well, what the hell did you expect? I just said we came down from Salt Lake City. Yes, we took 550. According to my co-driver, the roads were pretty much crap all the way, with accidents, And he's hauling big Tex trailers. I don't know what in the hell he expected. That a magic carpet was going to come out there and clean up the highways for him.
Right.
Good night. So anyways, you see old Mondami's going to be throwing a 9.5%, was it property tax?
Yes, right. So he can.
Well, gee whiz, I thought everything was going to be free. Didn't think about how he's going to pay for it, huh? And I guess the garbage is in nice rows out in the middle of the damn streets.
All
and
piled up.
Yeah. And it's like, well, is it too early to talk about impeachment or tossing his ass out? Is it too soon? Because none of the stuff he's promised has come to light.
Right.
So all them people that voted for him, you're getting what you voted for. And those that didn't get off your ass and vote for someone else, you're also getting what you didn't vote for.
Did you
didn't vote.
Did you happen to see the video of, of course, they had all that snow. Now that the snow melted with the big warm-up, that all the crap that was in the snow is now littering the sidewalk. Now, some of it may be people that had walked their dogs, but they're saying a whole lot of it is human excrement that is littering the sidewalks.
I've seen that. It's like, well, duh. I don't know what to tell you. And then there's a video of these Islamists that are screaming, "We want to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yes, but we need to be halal.
Halal.
So we can have it.
And then,
it's like,
and now they're saying that they're doing the call to prayer 5 times a day in the streets of, and it's like starting at 5 o'clock in the morning. They're doing that call to prayer thing.
Well, you know what? They always say you don't want to have someone's religion overlapping and trying to trump yours. No pun intended, but you know what? They're doing that. And for those people that screaming, I want halal food, well, make your own damn fried chicken. Make your own damn meals. What? Tired of catering to these people. They need to know, hey, if you don't like it here, go to hell back where you come from. Get out of here. I don't wonder how many of those are actually legal. They already got the people saying they would rather live under Sharia law.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We don't do that here. You follow our laws. I'm tired of catering.
How did Mondami get elected to begin with? That's the people that voted for him. That's, they say be careful what you wish for. Obviously, there's enough there that agree with what he's doing. But now you're hearing the outrage from those who were saying, what are we doing? Listening to this call to prayer at 5 o'clock in the morning, blaring through the streets of New York. News update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance in southern Arizona, hoping her pacemaker may provide clues. The device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she went missing, so a signal sniffer is being used to locate it. The combined reward for information now stands at $200,000. A partial shutdown at Homeland Security has paused oversight investigations into ICE and Border Patrol operations.
Oversight of federal immigration enforcement is largely on hold as the Department of Homeland Security faces a partial government shutdown. The agency's inspector general says most audits and inspections have been paused, including several investigations into ICE conduct, use of force policies, and detention standards. Criminal investigators remain on duty. Democrats say deadly encounters involving federal agents highlight the need for stricter safeguards before restoring funding. Republicans Republicans argue proposed restrictions, including warrants required for ICE actions, would go too far and hinder enforcement. With negotiations stalled, the shutdown is now also affecting TSA and FEMA. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
If you're wondering what happened to your YouTube account yesterday, here's the answer.
YouTube is back up after hundreds of thousands reported video disruptions. DownDetector.com says over 320,000 users were affected in the U.S. The issue also occurred in Mexico, Australia, India, and the UK. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. women's ice hockey team faces Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
And to rely on their experience, rely on their preparedness, and we're ready for this moment.
Team USA, silver medalist in Beijing, dominated the round robin, outscoring opponents 33-1. They're going to aim to avenge earlier losses and add another Olympic gold to the record. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is facing sharp media and political criticism after comments she made during a visit to Munich, with critics on cable news and social media calling her remarks a stumble. Conservative political commentator Steve Hilton is surging ahead in the race for California governor.
That is according to a new survey of 1,000 likely voters released by Emerson College Polling and Inside California Politics. Hilton is polling ahead with 17% of respondents supporting him. Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell and Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, another Republican, are tied for second place, each with the support of 14% of likely voters. In early December, Bianco had a 1-point lead over Hilton and Swalwell. Campaign finance reports show Hilton took in about $4.1 million in donations in the second half of last year. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Several nonprofits are suing the Trump administration for removing the pride flag from the Stonewall National Monument in Lower Manhattan.
A lawsuit filed in Manhattan federal court claims the administration violated a federal law when it took down the flag and is requesting a judge to rule the move illegal and block any future attempts to remove it. The Gilbert Baker Foundation is the driving force behind the suit, which claims the removal is part of the administration's efforts to erase LGBTQ plus history and that the government hasn't removed other historical flags at other national monuments. The Trump administration alleges only congressionally approved flags can fly on national park grounds. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. and more importantly, time. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? Final hour, here we go. Underway on a Thursday. And good morning to the three fat truckers. Checking in. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Happy Thursday. Looking forward to seeing y'all at the Mid-America Truck Show this year. All right, drivers, have a wonderful day. There's 5-7, copy in the mail. Go Navy. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Yeah, Justin checking in from Chicago. Good morning, 39 degrees here in Chicago. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 8 degrees, Humphrey, Nebraska. Is that right? Just got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded for a high-speed trip to the land of Oz. Then we'll steer it clear to the Weiss compound, hang out with the hot blonde wife. A special shout-out to the Grump from Parks Livestock in Nebraska this morning. Hey, Brain Dead, what's happening?
I was out here riding around in the dark, Steve, but a couple of days to remember, folks. If you're going to come to Mid-America and you have not gotten your tickets, the last day to register is the 27th of February. Can you believe how fast time has flown by, Steve?
Yes. Now, that's for the free registration, right?
Correct.
Correct.
So, folks, if you're kind of on the fence, if you're going to come or not, go ahead and register. It's a lot better than not register and actually come and have to pay, was that $10, $20 or something to get in?
I haven't seen if they've changed it in recent years or not. It used to be $10 for all 3 days, but again, I don't know. It's been a few years. I don't even know.
Right. Same here. So if you're kind of on the fence, go ahead and register. Go ahead and get it done now while it's free, the 27th of February. Now, I heard Senior Slacker on just a minute ago, and I turned the radio up. You might want to be interested in this. I did send you something. I don't know if you read it or not about the whole yellow bankruptcy.
I did share that this past evening, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, it's about time. It's about time this judge grew a set and stood up to that private equity firm. And that's what a lot of these judges need to start doing to these private equity firms. I mean, how many of them have bankrupted trucking companies in the last year or so? They need to make them wait at the end of the line. I mean, it's like a bunch of sharks circling the waters on how quick you can get in and make your money and destroy the company and not know anything about the industry. I saw a TikTok or Facebook reel or something of a lady who started a company, built it to where it was fairly good size, sold it off to a private equity firm, just to find out 3 or 4 years later that they were going to close the doors. So, I mean, I'm not saying that all private equity firms should be banned or whatnot. It's just they don't know what they're doing. They're just seeing dollars. It's crazy how things are going, Steve. But Steve, speaking of dollars, I know you got some pretty deep pockets, and I know you may not have heard about this, but the Seattle Seahawks are up for sale, buddy.
Really? I had not heard that.
Yep.
How
if
many?
I remember
how
right,
many billions?
Oh shoot! It's got to be in the $6 or $7 billion range. I know you got that kind of money laying around in the mattress somewhere, but yeah. But maybe I want to get some of them private equity firms to help you out. But now, what it was, if I remember right, wasn't it a year or two ago that the owner of the Seahawks passed away? And in his estate was to sell off the entire team. And from what I'm reading, that it's going to be at the end of next season when they hold their meetings in 26. It's going to be the whole season 26, and then the meetings thereafter is when the ownership will be able to finalize the sale and whatnot. But they're just trying to get the owners lined up, and it's just like we were talking about with NASCAR and the trial. This is if you look at historically what these teams have sold for, this is what Michael Jordan was trying to go for. But have you ever stopped and thought about this with what happened with Daytona? Friday night, Front Row Motorsports wins the truck race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night, Richard Childress Racing wins the O'Reilly. I was about to say Xfinity, but it's O'Reilly Series Auto Parts race.
Okay.
And what happens Sunday? 2311 wins the whole Daytona 500. So that's kind of like, hey, you know what? We're going to do the trial in reverse. Here's a finger, Jim. Here's a finger, Jim France. Screw you, And that kind of weird and ironic that all happened at the same time.
I hadn't even thought about that, but that's the way it worked out, isn't it?
Yep. But now I heard you reading the thing about Dale Jr., and really nobody's to blame for anything. I mean, if you're going for one of the biggest crown jewels other than the Indy 500, it's like Dale Earnhardt Sr. said. It's either checkers or wreckers. I mean, you're either going to win the race or be on the record. I mean, you can't go out there and win every race. I mean, Dale Jr. needs to stop putting his toe in the water and either get in or get out. I mean, he's got a good sponsor. They came back. They could have went somewhere else. I think Chris Stapleton and Rick Hendrick are very good friends. But still, at the end of the day, it's either get in or get out. He was offered, when they were coming out with the whole charter thing in 2016, he was offered one and he turned it down. And then he said in a podcast here a few years ago when the whole trial thing was just kicking off that he should have kept it and just leased it out and made more money. Well, yeah, that would have been the best thing to do because they were going up in value. I mean, I don't know what they're going for these days, but still, though, and like I said in the email, it was a crazy race. Every one of those plate races are crazy. I mean, it's sad that I heard Eagle saying that, well, it's okay to run 215 miles an hour, but at the same time last year, though, he said, well, we don't need the cars doing over 200 miles an hour. I'm kind of confused by that. And if you don't believe me, go back in the Memorex files and you'll hear exactly what I heard last year. Because the Gator Nationals are coming up, and we were all like, okay, well, how fast should the NHRA cars go? 55 mile an hour Formula One, 55 mile an hour. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to work. Same thing here. So, I'm kind of a little bit confused here. But Denny Hamlin is really the biggest idiot of all. He wants to take the rear spoiler off. No, you don't, because that's taking the whole drag off the car. It's creating the downforce that keeps the back end of the car on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's trying to do.
Yeah, the downforce, yeah.
Yeah, right. So if you take that spoiler off, then you're going to you're really going to get the lift that you need to really get it flying in the air. And I mean, these engineers spend hours and hours and hours just building these cars. I mean, like I said in that email, look at the safety innovations that came out of Dale Sr.'s wreck, because if you remember right, the Hans device was just coming out, and there was 3 or 4 different ones on the market in different configurations, and they were trying to figure out which one to go with, and every one of them said, well, this is uncomfortable, this is uncomfortable. Well, yeah, it's uncomfortable, but look at what's happened, though. I mean, a lot of the good innovations have come out of it at the same time. So, So how was your Valentine's Day, buddy?
Hey, guess where the princess wanted to go?
Hooters.
Roosters. Close enough.
Damn it.
Yep.
Yeah. I spent mine in the bed with dingbat, so
yeah,
I won't be on.
You had the crud over the weekend, didn't you?
I barely made it through my shift on Sunday morning working the yard. And literally Monday, Tuesday, I was DOA to the world, and now she's got it. She's getting over it. It's like Christmas, you know. It's like Christmas. It's just a gift that keeps on giving.
Gotta love it. And in regards to your Seattle's, I pulled up, I didn't pull that up. Seahawks are officially for sale following the Super Bowl victory with a projected record-breaking asking price between $7 and $11+ billion. The sale, required by Paul Allen's trust, is expected to shatter the $6.05 billion NFL record. Can you believe that? Some estimates value-wise range from $7 to $8 billion. Others suggest it could reach up to $10 to $11 billion. Potentially challenging for the highest in North American sports history. The current previous record is the Washington Commanders that sold for $6.05 billion in 2023.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hey, let's get to Chris. Here on a Thursday. What's going on, Chris? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, I got an answer for Pup that he's not going to like. There's two types of temporary tags. And a lot of times the dealer will get you a state tag. You can drive it home. I guess you can do some trucking on it, but you really have to apply for a temporary apportion plate if you want to do regular hauling. It's the apportion plate's not official until it's processed.
So even though the paperwork's submitted, but it's not complete, so it's not valid yet?
Yeah, I went through that when I wanted to transfer one, and the dealer gave me just a state plate and said, well, yeah, you can drive on that.
Mm-hmm.
But then I went to the company I was leased to said, no, that's not an apportion plate. You can't drive on that.
Interesting.
A lot of times, yeah, you'll see guys with a paper hanging in their window. They got a new truck, and it looks like a registration, but that's what that is.
Mm-hmm. So maybe
That's
he
bureaucratic.
So I guess the suggestion of maybe if you ask an attorney, would they know the ins and the outs? I guess you'd need somebody that knows trucking, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's and I think there's some kind of a technicality that once you had a temporary tag, that you can't get the other kind. I don't know. Yeah, but the dealers can mess you up that way, giving you a state plate, and it's not really an apportioned plate that you can use to do business on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd still fight it though.
Well, a $1,500 fine, I guess, if you can get out of that. I don't know if an attorney is going to cost you a couple $100, but maybe get it reduced to something lower, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
At least.
Just say you were told that was a temporary plate that you could, run commercially, and I guess you can, like you said, as the normal commercial truck. That's what it sounds like that's what he was going on, just based on the gross vehicle weight.
Right.
But, it's complicated.
Depends on who you get. I mean, some hardliners say ignorance of the law is no excuse, which I've heard that. That's true, right? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. In the state of Oregon, all right, who gets a Dumbass of the Year nomination? Are you kidding me? There is a petition to ban hunting and ranching, believe it or not, in Oregon. And they're close to the number of signatures they need to actually put it on the ballot this fall. David Michelson, the organizer of Initiative Petition 28, said supporters have gathered about 105,000 of the needed 117,000 and some change verified signatures they have to have by July 2nd. According to the local Fox affiliate, if it makes it on the ballot and is approved by voters in November, the protections that currently apply to pets like dogs and cats would then extend to wild animals, livestock, animals used in research. Supporters call the proposal the Peace Act, which is short for People for the Elimination of Animal Cruelty Exemptions. Supporters say the measure's intended to protect animals from abuse, neglect, killing. There are exceptions, they say, for the likes of veterinarians and those who kill animals in self-defense. Michelson tells the NBC affiliate KOIN, we really want to make Oregon the first state to vote on something like this. We understand it's not likely 50% of Oregonians are ready right now to move away from killing animals, but we want to get that conversation out there so we can hopefully move in that direction. According to the Oregon Hunters Association, Amy Patrick says, I'm hopeful Oregonians will not vote yes on this. I'm hopeful that whether you're in an urban region or a rural region, you understand what makes Oregon great. And part of that is our wildlife, and part of that is our economy that comes from our farming and ranching. And that folks will really, really delve into what this proposal does and how it would affect us, not just in the abstract. If you're not a hunter or you're not a rancher or a farmer, don't think this is not going to affect you in your everyday life. An Oregon State University report issued last February stated that cattle ranching makes up a significant portion of the state's economy. contributing over $900 million annually. Approximately 15 million acres of rangeland and pasture land are used for grazing cattle in Oregon. Most of the state's estimated 11,000 cattle ranches are in southern and eastern Oregon. The Oregon Hunters Association, Hoodview chapter president, says if you take away hunting, there will be an out-of-control effect on the animal population, arguing it makes no sense to curtail people's ability to provide food for themselves, especially when the grocery prices are so high. Even bigger towns that rely on the agricultural side of things, not just the economy and the fishing side of things. He went on to say it has great impacts throughout communities that rely on hunting and fishing. And they actually sustain their communities and their families throughout the year. Industries that rely on hunting and fishing, coastal towns, they rely heavily on the fishing, the salmon fishing. They want to ban all that. You can't kill an animal. Michelson counted that the Peace Act will include a transition fund with financial assistance for those who currently rely on hunting to feed themselves and their families. Regarding the animal overpopulation problem, he said the legislation specifically requires non-lethal forms of wildlife management. That could be the introduction of maybe sterile males into the population. Of course, consumers are currently paying high beef prices, particularly at the grocery. The administration had recently issued a fact sheet regarding their efforts to lower beef prices. The cattle herd has fallen to a record low of 86.2 million head as of January this year, with beef cow inventory down by 8.6% since 2020. As a result, ground beef prices hit an average of $6.69 per pound in December, highest since tracking began all the way back in the 1980s. Of course, President Trump, the team says the U.S. is the world's largest consumer of beef by volume and ranks second globally in per capita beef consumption. I mean, the American diet overall includes a lot of beef. All right. From the state of Oregon, what do you think of next? News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions, the knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Authorities are investigating Nancy Guthrie's disappearance in southern Arizona, hoping her pacemaker may provide clues. The device disconnected from its monitoring app the morning she went missing, so a signal sniffer is being used to locate it. The combined reward for information now stands at $200,000. A partial shutdown at Homeland Security has paused oversight investigations into ICE and Border Patrol operations.
Oversight of federal immigration enforcement is largely on hold as the Department of Homeland Security faces a partial government shutdown. The agency's inspector general says most audits and inspections have been paused, including several investigations into ICE conduct, use of force policies, and detention standards. Criminal investigators remain on duty. Democrats say deadly encounters involving federal agents highlight the need for stricter safeguards before restoring funding. Republicans argue proposed restrictions, including warrants required for ICE actions, would go too far and hinder enforcement. With negotiations stalled, the shutdown is now also affecting TSA and FEMA. For USA Radio News, I'm Ron Warner.
If you're wondering what happened to your YouTube account yesterday, here's the answer.
YouTube is back up after hundreds of thousands reported video disruptions. DownDetector.com says over 320,000 users were affected in the U.S. The issue also occurred in Mexico, Australia, India, and the UK. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. women's ice hockey team faces Canada tomorrow in the gold medal game at the 2026 Winter Olympics.
And to rely on their experience, rely on their preparedness, and we're ready for this moment.
Team USA, silver medalist in Beijing, dominated the round robin, outscoring opponents 33-1. They're going to aim to avenge earlier losses and add another Olympic gold to the record. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 129 points. The S&P 500 was up 38 points, and the Nasdaq soared 175. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is facing sharp media and political criticism after comments she made during a visit to Munich, with critics on cable news and social media calling her remarks a stumble. Conservative political commentator Steve Hilton is surging ahead in the race for California governor.
That is according to a new survey of 1,000 likely voters released by Emerson College Polling and Inside California Politics. Hilton is polling ahead with 17% of respondents supporting him. Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell and Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco, another Republican, are tied for second place, each with the support of 14% of likely voters. In early December, Bianco had a 1-point lead over Hilton and Swalwell. Campaign finance reports show Hilton took in about $4.1 million in donations in the second half of last year. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Several nonprofits are suing the Trump administration for removing the pride flag from the Stonewall National Monument in Lower Manhattan.
A lawsuit filed in Manhattan federal court claims the administration violated a federal law when it took down the flag and is requesting a judge to rule the move illegal and block any future attempts to remove it. The Gilbert Baker Foundation is the driving force behind the suit, which claims the removal is part of the administration's efforts to erase LGBTQ plus history and that the government hasn't removed other historical flags at other national monuments. The Trump administration alleges only congressionally approved flags can fly on national park grounds. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Round and third, headed for home, as Rick in Columbus likes to say. And speaking of which, good morning, Rick. What are you on, third cup of coffee by now? And thanks for being with us. Now we'll head on over to the Hoosier State. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, Chris pretty well answered their question on that. Most states you can't haul a commercial load with temporary plates. And when I used to deliver trailers and everything, when we went through Tennessee, we had to make sure we had a hard plate on there, because the only thing we could do was deliver an empty trailer. And we were hauling lead down into Georgia and then bringing it back up to Atlanta to AAA Cooper. So they always had a plate as soon as it left the trailer factory, and so they can apply if you know you're going to do that. It's probably best to get the records, and when you leave, just have a hard plate on there when you get it. But on that ticket, it should show what code you violated. You know, most tickets do, and you can look up whatever code he was ticketed under, and that'll pretty well give him his answer. But the other thing I was going to say was your dad years ago was talking about these private equity firms, and that was back in the days of the corporate raiders. And he was talking about the different people that were buying, particularly into the trucking industry, but it was going on every place, the food industry or whatever. And they were just, a lot of these people were just buying these companies to take them apart, sell them piece by piece, because they were worth more disassembled than they were, as an operating entity. So that private equity argument, that's been around for a long time, and they have destroyed more than they've ever helped develop. And I was going to mention that. And the other thing is, you talk about that pride flag. I had a niece that was a lesbian. She had a partner forever anyway. She died here about a week or two ago, and she was in a nursing home, and she had money, but she didn't have money. She never did take her 401k out. And so the nursing home says, well, we can get the 401k. But when she died, her partner couldn't get it because they weren't married or anything. The nursing home was asking them all this different stuff of her partner. And so they had lived in a mobile home. And they asked the partner, says, well, did you all ever get married? And her partner says, no, we could have, but we didn't want to. The nursing says, oh, well, if you've been married, we could take your trailer. Okay. So those people that's fussing about all this stuff with the homosexual people or gay or whatever they call them, and the pride flag, I don't know if they really know what they're getting into, but once they get married, it's just like, a heterosexual couple. If they want to go different ways, they have to go through a divorce and all that different stuff. So, and my sister was asking me, and I said, well, there is a way that they could have not been married. And I forget what it was. There were some papers or whatever. And the judge that made that decision had been my lawyer at one time, Rick Young, because I guess they just got tired of getting aggravated with that stuff. So he said, okay, they can get married if they want to go through all that stuff. I haven't seen him for years,
right?
But anyway, that was kind of what's going on. And that deal out there in Oregon, you understand that guy needs to understand that the U.S. government, through Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, and other things, they lease a lot of land out to cattle ranchers. So I guess those cattle ranchers won't be wanting to lease that land if they can't kill the animals after they raise them. And the Mexican gray wolves are pretty bad out there in some of that area for their sheep and everything. But, I don't know where these guys are coming from. They're just off into la-la land, and even our administrators, it just makes no sense at all what they were doing. And you were talking about all that stuff going on, and that one MS-13 gang member, I don't know why they keep trying to defend him, because when they came up here, they get there in Los Angeles, and Daryl Gates was the chief of police at that particular time, and he said they were the most violent gang that ever come up there. So there was some good information about the trucking industry getting after these, CDL mills, but there's just a lot of bad information, and we'll run around looking at stuff. I think I sent you a thing there on the Epstein thing. Spend useless time on that everybody should have known about. And they called him Randy Andy, and he was quite a guy, but I didn't realize that the Mountbattens was in his lineage, but that was what his name. And real quick on that Mountbatten, that was originally Battenberg because they were the German cousins to the English royalty. And in World War One, there's so much German hostility or whatever you want to say that he changed his name to Mountbatten. But Lord Mountbatten did the same thing in Asia that Ike did in Europe. So, but there was so much stuff there that that people already knew about with Epstein. I'm still trying to figure out, what they put so much emphasis on that. I mean, there's really nasty, dirty stuff going on in that world, but it seems like I don't want to say a higher level. It was still sex trafficking, but it wasn't like, I don't think they were kidnapping those people like they do on some of them. And the Russians used to tell their people, well, you got a job over here. They get to America, and they'd pull the passports on those girls and put them in as prostitutes, call girls, or whatever. And that wasn't at all what they signed up for. So if people really want to look at that stuff, I think they'd be better for society if they would look at the really, really dirty stuff that was going on, because that whole thing with Epstein and Maxwell, I just say it was at another plane among other people, and if they were kidnapping people to put into that, yes, but I think they were just grooming them. So, but with that, I'll just let it go there.
Thank you much, Vic. Have a good morning. All right, watch your weather advisories later today. You're kind of in that zone. They're saying could see some stronger storms. All right, happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. How about a big shout out to Knucklebuster, all the veterans out there. We started 37.58 for a high, 80% chance of rain, Fort Wayne. 34 to just 55 in Newaygo, Michigan. As we start a new day, Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back once again. Be safe out there. Expecting temperatures to plummet for the weekend. We're going to go right back into winter for the working weekend. All right, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil this morning. Let's see. Welcome back, Eagle. What's going on this morning?
Yeah, I wanted to go back over this situation with Iran right quick, Steve. Say something about motor racing, NHRA, get their season starting. Just like I told you, Steve, in the days leading up to the events in Venezuela a couple of months ago, we talked about you don't have to be very smart, genius to, when they sending all these ships to these locations, what's going on. Those people on those Navy aircraft carriers are not on vacation. Those people are going over there, orders of the U.S. military. They're not just taking a cruise. So, it takes long. It takes time for these ships to get there from the U.S. to that area. A week or so, or even more, to get over that or different part of the world. So they've been ordered to go there by Donald Trump, and they're going there for a reason. This man, this supreme leader, he has television sets, he has TVs, just like you do. He sees what's going on. And he's had time to cooperate and make the right decision, and he still hasn't done it. I agree with some of your previous other callers. Ronald Reagan, he was before my time. I was just a kid when he was president, so I don't know too much about it, but I heard that he wouldn't announce when he's going to make a move, and that's one thing I don't like about Trump is, just keep your mouth closed. And if you go attack. Don't say we're going to do this on this certain day, or some of your people say that. Just keep it quiet and and do what you got to do. Go in and get the job done and get the people out without, like you did in Venezuela with no American lives lost. This war can be won that easily, as far as I can see. Maybe I'm wrong, but Trump, the U.S. can go in there and do what needs to be done, and hopefully no American lives will be lost. Like I said, the U.S. is not the bad guy in this situation. Like the Democrats will tell you, but they're not going to accept nothing that Donald Trump does. So it doesn't even matter what Crockett and all these other people say, all these other Democratic so-called AOC, Hillary Clinton, anybody else they can come up with. They're not never going to agree with nothing that Donald Trump does because they got Trump derangement syndrome,
right.
like Trump said. Yeah, they got that disease, and once you get that disease, it seems like you can't get rid of it. Unfortunately, because these people, that's how stupid these people are. But like I said, Donald Trump, he's making the right move. Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. It's just that simple. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and they got to be stopped at all costs. So if Trump, I support him in everything he do when it comes to that, because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now, I want to say this right quick, stick about the NHRA drag racing. It's getting ready to start next month. They already testing cars down in Florida. I might try to get to one of the Florida event next month when they race in Gainesville. I might try to get to that one. But John Force, he's made a lot of moves. You know, he's one of my favorite drag racers. You know, unfortunately, he got hurt, but he got a whole new team set up this year almost. And he already don't have his cars testing down in Florida, and the guy who replaced his daughter Brittany, he already don't ran a 340 miles an hour. It's the first the season hasn't even started. So I believe before the end of the year, we definitely gonna see a 345. I believe 345 miles an hour. But I think with the progress that they making, they might even get to 350. 350 miles an hour, and that's in less than 3.5 or 3.6 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's how long it takes. So those cars are really really moving. So like I say, John Force, he's the best guy in the history of NHRA, and like I said, he's got a whole new lineup of drivers on his team this year. He got three funny cars, not two, but three, and one. What do you call it? Top fuel dragster. So, like I said, the season is getting ready to start. It is looking real good for John Force and his team. So, I'll definitely be watching that. And thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I just saw a video a little bit earlier. It was a 341 point. I think it was a 341.11 maybe. That was like a 3.6 something second run. And like you said, that's before the season even starts. Yeah, how fast can they go? All right, we'll return first an NTPA update.
Finally, truck and tractor polling is back. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. The 2026 polling season is officially here. Some regulars on the NTPA schedule made the trip to the National Farm Machinery Show in Louisville. The custom-built track with a mixture of different clay was full of action from Wednesday through Saturday last week. The track was short, but the horsepower was big. The win in Superstock tractors went to the 2025 Grand National champ Terry Blackburn, winning both the prelim and the finals. In limited pro stocks, Adrian Cox went just over 234 feet for the win in his Hickory hooker. High maintenance piloted by Josh Miley took the win in Super Farms with a hook of just over 231 feet. In two-wheel drive trucks, the distance of 226 was enough for Matt Seitz and his Buckeye Hooker 2 to lock up the win on Saturday. And rounding out the classes in Louisville were the modified four-wheel drive trucks. With a hook of 236, Larry Peterson aboard Profab Geared Up took the win. Up next on the NTPA schedule comes in 3 weeks, the Yoder Popcorn Invitational in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've talked about this weekend before, as it's a weekend of polling and monster trucks. Now we know the classes of pullers that are making their way to the Hoosier State. Pro Stock tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, mini modified, light Pro Stock, hot farm, and Pro Stock diesel 4x4 trucks all take to the indoor track at the Allen County Memorial Coliseum. If you want to catch all 4 shows, it's polling Friday at 7, Saturday at 1 it's monster trucks, polling again Saturday at 7, and monster trucks Sunday at 2. Both nights of polling will also be live on Full Poll Live. Following the Yoder Popcorn Invitational, it's the Southern Swing on the calendar, and it'll be big. Friday the 13th, Zellwood, Florida will be hearing the roar of NTPA polling. The first hook is at 6:30 with Pro Stock 4.1 tractors, Super Stock diesel trucks, mini modified and light modifieds all taken to the track, with the same classes the following night at the same time. And then the following week, the pullers move to Satsuma with the same classes both Friday and Saturday. Some names committed to making the trip to Zellwood and Satsuma. For Super Stock diesels, it's Craig Dickey, 4.1 limited Pro Stock pullers Steve Bausma, Nick Galetz, and Stephen Long, mini modified pullers Jeff Hurt, Cody Edwards, Troy Arnett, and Chase Richardson. Light Modified includes Terry Feiss, Johnny Payne, and Les Corporal. Superstock diesel trucks will have Marshall DeBrew and Jeremy Yoder. And the best part of these hooks? Back-to-back weekends, and if you can't make it to Florida to see them in person, you can see them live on Full Pull Live. We've waited long enough, and now polling is back. Unfortunately, after the Southern Swing, polling takes a break as farmers head back to the fields, so make sure you catch the action either in person or on Full Pull Live. This week on NTPA Championship Polling, you can relive the 2025 Enderley Pull-Off. The biggest horsepower and the best drivers hit the track for the 2025 titles. Don't miss NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8 on RFD TV. If you don't have RFD TV, you can download the app and watch polling from the palm of your hand. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, by now, most of us know, surely you know, there are what they call move over laws all over the country. A lot of people just don't follow the rules. Move over laws are not standing still. States continue changing the rules to protect more vehicles and lives. OOIDA has long pushed for large trucks to be covered under these common sense laws. Now, every state has had a move over law since 2012. At first, they protected the likes of police, fire, ambulance. Later, many states added tow trucks, road crews, utility vehicles. Now the push is growing to pretty much protect anyone stopped on the side of the road. With so many vehicles covered, the rules can get a bit confusing. The safest move is obviously slow down and move over anytime you see a vehicle stopped on the shoulder. To make things clearer, 29 states now indeed protect all highway users. 4 of those changes just happened last year. California is one of the latest to act. Their updated rule took effect on the first of the year. New Jersey just expanded their law in a big way. Before the rule just covered emergency vehicles, highway workers, tow trucks, and maybe garbage trucks. The vehicles, drivers had to move over or slow down for vehicles with flashing lights, flares, or reflective triangles. Under a new law, you have to move over for any vehicle stopped on the roadside, even if there's no flashing lights. Their new law took effect last month. Meanwhile, Ohio lawmakers are moving to toughen that state's move-over law. Right now, the law protects emergency vehicles, public safety vehicles, some utility trucks, and weight enforcement vehicles. These are protected when stopped and using flashing or rotating lights. Senate Bill 16 takes it a step further, protecting, again, any vehicle that is stopped in distress. Under the bill, a vehicle counts as distressed if the driver uses flares, red lights, reflectors, flags, flashing hazard lights. Ohio Trucking Association president told lawmakers this is about setting clear rules so everybody understands. Of course, the Senate has already passed the bill. They're saying it now heads to the House Transportation Committee. Meanwhile, a definitive answer as to why speed limiters would be a bad idea. This has been an ongoing debate. Matter of fact, some of the safety groups are right now, again, trying to push the transportation secretary to revisit speed limiters on big trucks. There's a new bill that would eliminate lower speed limits for commercial vehicles on Idaho roadways. Bill 664 seeks to amend current Idaho law that sets speed limits for commercial vehicles lower than the speed for passenger vehicles and lighter trucks. If passed, it would apply to trucks over 26,000 pounds, according to the bill text. The bill has been introduced as a way to reduce accidents, suggesting varying speed limits on the roadways cause safety issues on Idaho roadways, and it's the same everywhere else. The bill claims a variance in speed limits causes more accidents than a singular one-speed limit. Because of this, commercial vehicles should have the same speed limit as all other vehicles on the road. There you go. End of story. That's been learned by so many other states, yet this continued push to try to separate speeds with speed limiters in governors. It makes no sense. All the time we have here on a Thursday morning. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,